You're here, in this moment, breathing softly, maybe lying down somewhere familiar. A room shaped by walls you didn't build, resting on a floor poured or cut by hands you've never met. The quiet hum of electricity, the glow of a screen, the stillness of modern life holding you like a gentle cocoon. And yet, under all of this, under the comfort, the architecture, the routines, there is a strange heaviness that presses in from the edges of awareness. A feeling you've probably had before, that life wasn't always like this, that something about the human story feels strangely condensed, that it moved too quickly from nothing to everything. You might not think about it in the rush of a normal day, but right now, in the calm of this moment, it surfaces. This quiet suspicion that the world you inherited is only the latest layer laid on top of something much older, much deeper, much more mysterious. Because if you peeled back the asphalt, the concrete, the wires, the foundations, if you stripped away the centuries, the truth is unsettling. For almost all of human existence, there were no cities, no farming, no monuments, no civilization, nothing permanent at all. Just people, our people, wandering across ancient landscapes, following the seasons, hunting what moved, gathering what grew, singing under open skies. Hundreds of thousands of years of movement, of stories whispered around fires, of children being born beneath the quiet flicker of starlight. An unbroken lineage of lives lived lightly on the land. And then, 12,000 years ago, the world changed. Suddenly, abruptly, as if humanity inhaled for the first time in its long history and decided not to exhale. Permanent structures appeared, massive stone circles, temples carved with impossible precision, seeds planted deliberately in soil, animals kept not as prey but as partners, villages forming, then towns, then cities, then everything that would follow. It is the most dramatic transformation in the human story, and it happens so quickly in so many places that archaeologists still struggle to explain it. Tonight, we're going to slow down that moment, stretch it out, feel its weight, understand the forces that gathered like a quiet tide until humanity crossed a threshold it had approached many times but never stepped over. But before we begin this long descent into the past, let me ask you something gently. Where in the world are you listening from right now? Are you in your room, drifting towards sleep? Are you on a late-night walk? Are you studying, resting, trying to quiet a busy mind? Tell me in the comments. I always check them. People from all corners of the earth listening together in the same moment, like distant stars connected by a single thread of light. And now, let's begin. Because to understand why ancient humans suddenly built civilizations 12,000 years ago, you must first understand the world they lived in before that moment. The world they carried in their bones, the world they lost, and the world they tried to rebuild in stone when the earth itself shifted under their feet. The story begins not with agriculture or stone monuments or the first cities, but with the silence before all of that. Imagine the earth as it was for almost the entirety of our species' existence. A planet colder than today, its rhythms shaped by ice. Glaciers towering like continents of frozen memory. Coastlines stretched far into what is now ocean. Land bridges connecting worlds that would later drift apart in human imagination. Forests where tundra now lies barren. Tundra where modern cities now stand. Animals the size of trucks wandering freely. Mammoths, giant sloths, saber-toothed hunters, ancient lions, towering birds. And among them, small groups of humans, fully modern in mind and body, just like you, just like me, but living in a world ruled by movement, scarcity, danger, and profound interdependence. Their lives were not brutish or chaotic. In fact, the archaeological record tells us something surprising. They were skilled, healthy, deeply connected to one another, and in many ways freer than the earliest farmers who would follow. But what matters most for our story is not how they lived, but how they learned to live. Because for hundreds of thousands of years, human societies developed something gradually, quietly, inevitably. Knowledge. Knowledge of landscapes, knowledge of seasons, knowledge of plants and animals, knowledge of how to survive in environments that changed constantly, shifting climates, migrating prey, erupting volcanoes, long winters, short summers. Every generation refined this knowledge, shaped it, passed it along through ritual, song, and story. There were no books, no tablets, no writing at all. Only memory. Human memory. The most fragile and powerful archive the world has ever known. For centuries, this memory kept humanity alive, and then something happened that memory alone could not protect them from. The world warmed. The ice retreated. Land opened. Ecosystems transformed. At first, this was good. Food became abundant. Territories expanded. Rivers swelled with life. But the earth was not done shifting. Around 12,800 years ago, a moment known in climate records like a sharp, sudden scar, the warming reversed violently. Temperatures plummeted. Entire forests died. Rivers froze. Animal populations collapsed. The world entered a period of rapid, merciless cold known as the Younger Dryas. For people alive at the time, it must have felt like the end of everything they knew. Imagine being part of a hunter-gatherer group that had thrived in warming conditions, only to watch the earth turn hostile again. Food sources disappearing, landscapes becoming unpredictable, weather shifting with no rhythm. The knowledge passed down for thousands of years suddenly inadequate. Humanity had survived countless climate swings before, but this one was different. Faster, more chaotic, more global. And just as suddenly as it began, it ended. The Younger Dryas snapped shut like the last cold breath of the Ice Age, and the Earth warmed with astonishing speed. For the first time in human memory, the climate became stable, predictable, generous. Rainfall patterns settled. Plants grew in the same places year after year. Animals migrated in steady rhythms. The world offered something it had almost never offered before: consistency. This is the key that unlocks everything that follows. Because humanity had long possessed the intelligence, the creativity, the symbolic reasoning required to build civilizations. But civilization needed something else, something harder to come by. A stable world in which long-term planning made sense. You cannot plant seeds if the rains shift wildly each year. You cannot rely on stored food if temperatures swing between extremes. You cannot build permanent structures if the landscape forces constant movement. But suddenly, for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years, the climate held still long enough for humanity to pause. And in that pause, something ancient and powerful stirred. People began returning to the same places again and again. Not yet to farm, that would come later, but to meet, to share, to mourn, to celebrate, to perform rituals, to mark the passing of seasons that finally had predictable rhythms. These gatherings grew. Knowledge began circulating more widely than ever before. Groups learned from one another. Tools improved. Ideas spread. Stories merged. And then, in certain places, only a handful on Earth, something extraordinary happened. Humans built structures far larger than anything they needed for shelter. Structures that required hundreds of workers. Structures oriented toward the sky, toward constellations, toward cycles of time. Structures whose purpose was not survival, but meaning. This was the shift, the hinge, the turning point. Not farming, not villages, not cities, but shared belief, shared identity, shared imagination. Because once you can gather hundreds of people beneath a single vision, once you can organize labor for something sacred rather than something practical, civilization is only one small step away. This is the moment humanity crossed the threshold. The moment the world before and the world after became two different stories entirely. And in the next part of this journey, we will follow that moment closely. Not through dates or lists or technical explanations, but through the slow, steady unfolding of human experience. How small groups became larger groups, how ritual became structure, how structure became settlement, and how settlement became the spark that lit the first fires of civilization. Because the question isn't just why humans suddenly built civilizations 12,000 years ago. The deeper question, the one that echoes through every archaeological record and every ancient ruin, is this. What changed inside the human mind when the earth finally became still? When the earth finally became still, something subtle but revolutionary awakened inside the human mind. A shift so quiet that no one at the time could have understood its magnitude. It wasn't a discovery. It wasn't an invention. It was a change in the rhythm of awareness. A new way of seeing the world. A new way of imagining the future. For nearly all of human existence, the future had been a mist, shapeless, unknowable, governed entirely by the immediate movements of seasons and prey. You survived from hunt to hunt, from winter to spring, from migration to migration. Life was long in experience, but short in planning. The horizon belonged to the present moment. But when the climate stabilized, the horizon deepened. Suddenly, humans could imagine not just tomorrow, but the season after, and the year after that, and the generation that would follow. Not in the abstract, but in concrete terms. The land would remain fertile, the rains would return, the animals would migrate in familiar patterns, and this stability opened a door inside the mind that had been locked for hundreds of millennia. That door was called foresight. Foresight changes everything. It is the seed of civilization. Because once a human being can imagine long-term outcomes, they can also imagine long-term structures. Ritual becomes tradition. Tradition becomes obligation. Obligation becomes social order. The earliest evidence of this awakening does not appear in fields or in farms, but in something older than agriculture and more intimate than architecture: gathering places. Across the Levant, Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and parts of Africa, archaeologists find sites where humans came together in numbers far larger than any single group would have needed. They built circular enclosures, arranged stones in meaningful orientations, carved animal symbols into pillars, buried their dead with care, left offerings, lit fires, shared food. These places were not homes. They were memories anchored in earth. Places where people returned again and again because return itself had meaning. For tens of thousands of years, gatherings had always been temporary. A seasonal convergence at a fertile valley. A migration pause near a river rich in fish. A brief celebration after a successful hunt. But a gathering site you revisit on purpose, not because you must, but because you feel compelled. That is something entirely different. That is a seed of civilization. Civilization begins not with farming, but with belonging. And long before agriculture appeared, belonging began to crystallize. Imagine being one of these early people, walking across the ancient landscape with your small group, approaching a place you visit every year. You see the same stones, the same carvings, the same worn paths of those who came before you. You bring offerings, feathers, shells, carved bone, fragrant plants, not because they feed you, but because they bind you to something larger. Around the fire that night, you hear stories older than your grandparents, stories explaining why this place matters, stories describing the sky above as a great wheel turning, stories about ancestors who walked here long before you, stories about spirits of animals or guardians of the land, stories that deepen your connection to others, not through necessity, but through meaning. Some believe these gatherings were humanity's first classrooms, first theatres, first sacred spaces, first moments of collective imagination. Places where memory was carved into stone so it would not be forgotten. And then, something pivotal happened. The gatherings grew too large to remain fluid. If you bring dozens of people together, harmony is natural. If you bring hundreds, you need order. If you bring thousands, you need structure. Structure requires planning. Planning requires leadership. Leadership requires continuity. And continuity requires a shared identity powerful enough to unite people who do not share blood. This is where ritual, once spontaneous, became organized. It was no longer enough to meet. People needed to know when to meet, how to meet, who led, who followed, what offerings were required, what stories were told, what rules governed the gathering. This shift is visible in early archaeological layers. You see the transition from casual use to curated use. Stone floors replaced by plastered ones. Simple hearths replaced by large communal fire pits. One-off carvings replaced by repeated symbols. Loose clusters replaced by deliberate layouts. And then, in one location in particular, this transition became monumental. The place stands on a limestone ridge overlooking the ancient plains of southeastern Anatolia. For thousands of years, winds have brushed over its stones, carrying dust, seeds, silence. A place older than writing, older than cities, older than agriculture, older than pottery. A place where people came together not because the land fed them, but because the place itself demanded gathering. a place now called Göbekli Tepe. It rises from the soil in circular enclosures. Massive T-shaped pillars ring the spaces. Each pillar weighs as much as an elephant, some carved with foxes, lions, snakes, vultures, some left uncarved, silent and austere. These are not dwellings. There are no hearths for cooking, no garbage pits, no evidence of daily life. This was not a town. It was an idea carved into stone. A place where humans transcended survival. A place where ritual was built with intention. A place where labor was organized by belief. Before Göbekli Tepe was discovered, archaeologists assumed the sequence of civilization went like this: farming, surplus, population growth, hierarchy, religion, monumental architecture. But Göbekli Tepe shattered that timeline. It suggested a different sequence entirely: belief, gathering, ritual, organization, agriculture, civilization. This reverses everything we thought we knew, because it means humans did not build civilization because they settled. They settled because they built civilization. A ritual site so important that people kept returning to it, returning so regularly that they needed stable food sources. Stable food sources requiring domestication. Domestication requiring long-term settlement. Settlement requiring structure. Structure requiring leadership. Leadership requiring myth. Myth requiring stone. Stone requiring labor. Labor requiring cooperation. Cooperation requiring identity. And identity is the birthplace of civilization. Göbekli Tepe is not alone. Sites across the Fertile Crescent reflect this same pattern. In northern Iraq, in Syria, in Jordan, in Israel, in Iran, in eastern Turkey. Early monumental architecture not connected to food, but to meaning. This is the heart of the shift 12,000 years ago. Humans began living for more than survival. They began living for purpose. This transformation is not technological. It is emotional, psychological, cultural, spiritual, and it changed the shape of human thought. But why did it happen then and not earlier? To answer that, you must picture something subtle happening inside the minds of ancient people, a change arising not from invention, but from sensation. When the climate stabilized, predictable patterns appeared in nature. Winds shifted in regular cycles. Bird migrations became steady. Rivers flooded with seasonal rhythm. Stars rose at familiar intervals. For the first time, the world felt coherent, understandable, not chaotic, but patterned. And when humans witness patterns, something in us awakens. We derive meaning. We assign significance. We build stories. We create symbols. This is why the earliest temples aligned to celestial events, not because ancient people worshipped stars, but because stars became a metaphor for a stable universe. Predictability became sacred. To a world that had just survived 1,000 years of brutal, unpredictable climate collapse, stability must have seemed miraculous. It must have felt like the world had been restored, saved, reborn. And this emotional shift, the feeling that the earth had become trustworthy, seeded a new kind of imagination, a long-term imagination. Once humans trusted the earth, They dared to build, dared to plant, dared to stay. Civilization did not rise because people suddenly became smarter. It rose because the world finally stopped shifting beneath their feet. Imagine living in a world where the land is no longer an enemy, where the sky no longer feels unpredictable, where the seasons move like breathing, soft, stable, cyclical. In such a world, the idea of permanence takes root. Permanence of place, permanence of structure, permanence of community, permanence of memory. And once permanence appears, people begin to build on it. The first seeds were not agricultural, they were conceptual, they were emotional, they were symbolic. Places like Göbekli Tepe were emotional anchors in a shifting world, anchors that pulled people back to the same ground, the same stories, the same rituals. This slow, deliberate return to one place set the stage for the most consequential transformation in human history. The shift from wild plants to cultivated plants, from wild animals to domesticated animals, from movement to settlement. This transition was gradual, humble, almost invisible at first. A few seeds scattered near a campsite, plants growing closer to the gathering site each year, people tending those plants without realizing the implication, animals lingering near humans because food scraps were abundant, humans favoring certain animals and chasing away others. Domestication was not an invention, it was an accident, made meaningful only because humans finally had a reason to stay. And once they stayed, they began to shape the land. Not through force, but through repetition, rhythm, presence. The earliest farmers were not scientists. They were gatherers who returned to the same place for ritual reasons and found the land cooperating. This convergence, stability, ritual, return, experimentation, was the quiet, subtle ignition of civilization. But the shift was not only agricultural, it was structural. Once people began living together in larger groups, they needed new ways to relate to one another. Equality became difficult. Roles emerged. Specialization began. Elders became leaders. Ritual specialists became spiritual guides. Skilled carvers became artisans. Skilled observers became timekeepers. And as roles diversified, society became layered, not in the oppressive way of later empires, but in an organized way, born from necessity. From layers came hierarchy. From hierarchy came administration. From administration came storage, surplus, planning. And from planning came the first sparks of something no human before this age had ever needed: recording. Because once a society begins storing food, storing tools, storing meaning, it must also store information. This storage did not begin with writing, but with memory embedded in structure. Paths carved into the ground, walls built in repeated forms, circular enclosures arranged in meaningful patterns, symbols carved into stone to remind people of cycles, rituals performed at specific times of year, stones placed in alignment with the sky. These were mnemonic devices, the earth itself becoming a memory palace. Civilization did not begin with writing, it began with the land remembering for us. Only later would clay tablets appear, capturing what the land had held for centuries. But this deepening complexity, this slow layering of meaning and memory, was not the work of a single generation. It unfolded over hundreds of years, inching civilization forward slowly, gently, like a tide rising without sound. And now, as we stand on the threshold between ritual sites and the first true villages, a new question emerges softly. What pushed humans from ritual architecture into permanent community? What emotional, social, or spiritual force made the leap from gathering to living? What compelled humanity to take the final, irreversible step from wandering to belonging? What compelled humanity to make that final, irreversible step, the step from wandering to belonging, is one of the deepest, quietest mysteries in archaeology. For a long time, researchers believed the answer was simple: necessity. But when you look closely at the evidence, necessity alone is not enough. Because the earliest villages were not built in places where survival was easiest. They were built in places where meaning was strongest. Places where people returned again and again. Places where memories accumulated like layers of dust. Places where stories were rooted deeply enough to anchor human lives. Belonging did not begin with food. It began with memory. Picture an ancient group approaching their ritual site at the end of a long walk. The air is still. The ground carries the familiar shape of paths worn through centuries. Stones rise from the earth where ancestors once stood. The sun sinks behind distant hills, casting long shadows across the carved pillars. People gather in a widening circle, elders with lines etched into their faces, children carrying offerings, hunters returning with feathers and hides, women holding baskets filled with seeds gathered months earlier. They have been here many times before. Their parents were here. Their grandparents were here. And though none can trace the exact beginning, everyone feels the weight of time pressing gently against their shoulders. This place remembers them. And because it remembers them, they return. Ritual sites became emotional anchors. And when humans return to the same place for long enough, the place becomes a part of them. It becomes a point of identity. Identity is a powerful thing. More powerful than hunger, more powerful than fear, more powerful than the instinct to move. Civilization begins with identity, and identity begins with shared memory. The kind of memory that becomes heavier with every new generation, until a group that once wandered freely begins to feel that moving away would be a kind of betrayal, a breaking of something sacred, a loss. Belonging is not built by stone, it is built by sentiment. Once belonging becomes strong enough, permanence becomes desirable, even necessary. People begin building small shelters to protect themselves during gatherings. Then they build storage pits to keep offerings safe. Then they build small huts for elders who stay longer. Then they build hearths for colder seasons. Then they build enclosures to protect domesticated animals. What begins as seasonal becomes semi-seasonal. What becomes semi-seasonal becomes permanent. The shift from gathering place to village is slow, subtle, and often invisible in the archaeological record. But the emotional shift behind it is monumental. For the first time in human history, people chose to stay not because they had to, but because they wanted to. The first villages appear like soft footprints across the ancient landscape. Places like Jurf el Ahmar, Chayonu, Mureybet, Wadi Hameh, Halan Chemi. Small clusters of circular houses built of mud, stone and wood. Storage bins, communal hearths, shared courtyards, smooth plaster floors. Tools that no longer fold up for travel, but rest comfortably in fixed locations. These settlements are not yet cities. They are not yet complex, but they are intentional. They are stable. They are rooted. People are not simply living together. They are living as a group with a shared future. And once a group begins imagining the future collectively, everything changes. Social bonds deepen. Knowledge accumulates. Rituals become more elaborate. Children grow up in the same place their parents did. Elders pass down wisdom tied to a particular patch of earth. Burials begin to cluster in predictable locations. Generations layer like sediment. The world becomes continuous. And continuity is the soil in which civilization grows. But nothing in human history is ever that simple, because belonging did not grow without cost. The same emotional force that compels humans to stay also compels them to organize, sometimes gently, sometimes rigidly. Roles deepen. Some people become ritual specialists, others become food processors, others become builders, others become hunters who leave less frequently, others become elders whose authority is shaped by what they know. This gradual specialization creates a new kind of tension, one humans had never experienced before. When you live in a small nomadic group, disagreement is simple. You walk away. When you live in a permanent community, you cannot walk away. Conflict must be resolved. Order must be maintained. Leadership must emerge. Rules must form. Lines of authority must solidify. And so, the earliest villages contain the seeds not only of belonging, but of hierarchy. Hierarchy is not inherently oppressive. In early settlements, it is often functional. Someone mediates disputes. Someone organizes communal feasts. Someone cares for the sick. Someone knows when to plant. Someone reads the sky. Someone remembers the stories. Someone tends the rituals. These roles deepen identity, but they also deepen difference. Difference requires structure, and structure, stable, predictable, codified, requires something even more powerful, a unifying story. Not just a myth, not just a memory, but a story that binds people so tightly they act as one. This is where the world's earliest cosmologies surface. Archaeologists find evidence of symbolic systems becoming more elaborate. Carvings, figurines, repeated motifs, ceremonial objects. Not random symbols, but consistent ones. A fox that appears in multiple sites. A vulture that recurs across regions. Snakes, bulls, boars, leopards, swans, cranes. Animals arranged not by chance, but by meaning. Some believe these symbols were clan markers. Others believe they reflected seasonal cycles. Others believe they encoded stories explaining life and death. Others believe they represented mythic ancestors. Whatever their purpose, the meaning was shared strongly enough to shape architecture, ritual, and social order. This is the cradle of religion, not organized doctrine, but shared story. Story is the first infrastructure of civilization. Stone comes later. Agriculture comes later. Writing comes later. Story comes first. Through shared story, people begin to make sense of the world, not as isolated groups, but as a community with a unified understanding of time, life, death, and meaning. And as story strengthens, the gatherings become more elaborate. Imagine a community coming together for a mid-year ceremony. The elders guiding the ritual, the young carrying torches, people wearing skins painted with ochre, carved stones illuminated by flickering firelight, songs rising into the cold night air, people standing shoulder to shoulder, breathing the same air, feeling the same trembling undercurrent of awe. Moments like these forge identity stronger than blood. And identity like this does something extraordinary. It compels people to build for the story itself. This is why monumental architecture appears suddenly in the archaeological record. These structures were not homes, not fortresses, not storage rooms, not animal pens. They were theatres of meaning, embodied stories, stone-bound memories. And once a community builds something monumental, it changes their relationship to the land forever. Stone anchors the soul. Stone tells you where you belong. Stone tells future generations where their ancestors stood. Stone holds stories long after storytellers are gone. And so the movement toward permanence accelerates. Villages expand. Structures become more complex. Pits for storage deepen. Domesticated plants become more common. Domesticated animals multiply. Generations remain in the same place. Burials accumulate. The land becomes ancestral. It becomes sacred. And sacred land must be protected. So people begin to organize defense. Not warfare, that would come much later, but protection. Walls appear, ditches, watch areas, communal boundaries. Inside those boundaries, something else grows: administration. Who tends the fields? Who distributes food? Who mediates disputes? Who tracks the seasons? Who remembers rituals? Who organizes gatherings? Who guides the next generation? These administrative tasks are the quiet, unseen spine of civilization. No one carved tablets yet. No one counted goods with tokens. No one built palaces or temples. But the logic behind all of that already existed. And it is in this world, a world of steady ritual, deepening specialization, shared memory, emerging hierarchy, growing settlements, that the first seeds of agriculture take root. Not as a sudden invention, not as a brilliant discovery, but as the inevitable outcome of people staying in one place long enough to understand the land at depth. It begins with observation. Which plants grow where? Which seeds sprout after being left behind? Which shoots are sweeter? Which grains survive droughts? Then it becomes experimentation, carrying seeds from one place to another, clearing small patches of land, watering areas near settlements, saving plants that tasted better, discarding those that did not. Then it becomes dependence. People rely on the plants near the settlement. The settlement relies on predictable food. Dependence becomes cultivation. Cultivation becomes agriculture. Agriculture becomes surplus. Surplus becomes security. Security becomes population growth. Population growth becomes specialization. Specialization becomes inequality. Inequality becomes power. Not all at once. Slowly. Softly. Organically. By the time farming is established, civilization is already inevitable. Agriculture was not the cause of civilization. It was the reinforcement of a transformation already underway. A transformation born not of necessity, but of emotional gravity. The desire to belong somewhere. The desire to gather. The desire to remember. the desire to give shape to meaning. Civilization begins as a story. Agriculture gives it stability. Surplus gives it structure. Time gives it depth. And it is here, in this world of early settlements and budding agriculture, that humanity takes the final step toward the creation of the first true cities. But before cities can rise, something else must take shape. The human ability to coordinate lives with hundreds of strangers. It is a skill so natural to us now that we forget how miraculous it truly is. How did humans, once living in groups of a few dozen, suddenly learn to cooperate in groups of hundreds, even thousands? How did coordination evolve? What emotional or cognitive leap allowed humanity to transcend the smallness of tribe and embrace the vastness of community? How did coordination evolve? How did ancient humans, who had spent nearly their entire species' lifespan living in small, intimate bands, suddenly learn to move in synchrony with hundreds, even thousands, of strangers? How did minds, shaped by survival in small groups, adapt to the complexity of large-scale society? What happened inside the human psyche 12,000 years ago that made this leap possible? To answer this, imagine the emotional landscape of a prehistoric human. For hundreds of generations, your world consists of a few dozen people, your kin, your companions, your rivals, your protectors. You know every face, every voice, every gesture. Trust is personal, built through shared hardship. Conflict is direct. Cooperation is instinctive, but only within the group. Outsiders are rare and often dangerous. The world beyond your small circle is immense, unpredictable, and filled with creatures far larger and more powerful than you. Now imagine walking into a gathering of 200 people, or 500, or even more. Faces you do not know, voices unfamiliar, differences in dress, height, posture, movement. People whose stories you cannot guess just by looking at them. People you may never see again. That moment is overwhelming. It is disorienting. It demands a type of trust that the human brain did not originally evolve for. And yet, something in these gatherings made that trust possible. Some believe the answer lies in ritual itself. Ritual is not just symbolic action. It is emotional synchrony. It aligns hearts. It aligns breath. It aligns purpose. When hundreds of people gather for a shared ritual, singing the same song, moving in the same rhythm, watching the same firelight flicker across the same carvings, something extraordinary happens. Individual identity softens. Group identity strengthens. Fear quiets. Coordination emerges. This is how early humans learned to exist in groups larger than kinship networks. Not through rules, not through force, but through synchrony. Ritual became the emotional scaffolding for civilization, and the earliest ritual sites, Göbekli Tepe, Nevali Chori, Juf el Ahmar, Wadi Fainan, were specifically designed to induce synchrony. Circular enclosures, central pillars, shared focal points, spaces where people felt held by something larger than themselves. These were not temples in the later sense. They were social technologies, architectural devices that shaped human cognition. The moment hundreds of people could act in unison without dissolving into chaos, the moment ritual replaced instinct, civilization became possible. But emotional synchrony alone wasn't enough. Something deeper had to occur. a shift in how humans perceived one another. For most of our history, identity was local. Your group defined you. Your landscape shaped you. Your survival depended on people who shared your blood. But as gatherings became regular, as symbolic systems spread across regions, as shared stories took hold, a new category emerged: the imagined community. A community you belonged to, not because you knew every member, but because you believed in the same symbols. This is the cognitive leap that changed everything. The leap from the known group to the believed group, from kinship to culture. And once people could see themselves as part of a culture, a shared identity that transcended blood, entirely new possibilities arose. Large settlements, trade networks, shared rituals, shared responsibilities, shared futures. Civilization is not built on stone, it is built on shared imagination. And this shared imagination is visible in the earliest art, the earliest figurines, the earliest carvings. Not random images, but recurring symbols. Circles, spirals, animals, human-animal hybrids, ancestors, celestial motifs. These symbols were not decorations, they were identity. A visual language uniting people who otherwise would have been strangers. Once identity solidified, coordination became easier. People could work together to build structures larger than any individual effort. They could share food, share labor, share tools. They could raise children collectively. They could resolve conflicts not through violence, but through ritual. This, more than any technology, is the birth of civilization. The human ability to cooperate with large numbers of strangers. And this ability did not emerge from nowhere. It emerged from something ancient, something humans had always possessed, but had never used on such a scale. The emotional need to belong to a story larger than themselves. Civilization is that story. But even as the foundations of civilization formed, ritual, identity, belonging, cooperation, there was still one more leap humanity needed to make. The leap from group coordination to social memory. For a village to grow into a town, and a town to grow into a city, and a city to sustain itself over centuries, the community must remember. Not individual memory, not mythic memory, but systematic memory. Knowledge must persist beyond a single generation. Rules must remain stable even as leaders change. Agricultural practices must survive droughts and floods. Rituals must outlive storytellers. Identity must remain coherent as populations increase. This level of continuity requires more than ritual, more than identity, more than emotional synchrony. It requires record keeping. And the first records were not written, they were built. Stone enclosure layouts preserved the memory of ritual. Burial patterns preserved the memory of lineage. Symbolic carvings preserved the memory of myth. Seasonal alignment preserved the memory of time. Domestic architecture preserved the memory of family structure. The land became the book. Every repetitive structure, the circle of pillars, the angle of walls, the alignment of hearths, the placement of storage pits, was a mnemonic device. A way for the earth itself to remember when humans could not. Before writing, architecture was memory. And this architectural memory allowed society to grow without losing itself. It allowed traditions to last centuries. It allowed knowledge to accumulate. It allowed communities to retain identity even as populations expanded far beyond what personal memory could hold. Gradually, the land became a vast, silent archive. But archives are fragile. They require maintenance. They require stability. They require people to interpret them. And this fulfilled a final requirement, one that would ultimately transform the earliest settlements into true cities. Leaders. Not leaders in the later authoritarian sense, but leaders of memory, leaders of ritual, leaders of agriculture, leaders of cooperation, leaders of meaning. Some were skilled at watching the sky, others at tending animals, others at carving, others at mediating, others at maintaining ritual purity, others at organizing labor. These leaders formed what would later become the first councils, the first temples, the first administrative positions. Not because humans suddenly wanted hierarchy, but because civilization demanded memory keepers. Without them, everything would fragment. And so, leadership emerged not from dominance, but from necessity, the need to hold a community together. And when leadership stabilizes, when tradition deepens, when architecture becomes memory, when ritual becomes identity, when identity becomes cooperation, population explodes. Archaeological layers show sudden increases in settlement size. Small clusters of houses become dense villages. Villages grow into sprawling, multi-household clusters. Storage facilities enlarge. Communal ovens multiply. Domestic animals increase in number. Plant remains become more abundant and more uniform. The world is shifting, and the pace of population growth introduces pressures never before encountered in human history. Resource management, conflict resolution, land ownership, inheritance, distribution of food, group boundaries. All of these require decisions, and decisions require systems. This is where the earliest prototypes of governance form. Not palaces, not courts, not kings, but decisions made around hearths, in courtyards, during rituals, guided by elders, shaped by consensus. The first governments were not states, they were negotiations. Civilization is negotiation hardened over time. But negotiation becomes difficult as populations grow. Memory falters, disputes increase, roles multiply, resources strain. And at a certain point, there is only one way to hold a society together. Record it, write it, track it, store it, preserve it, pass it on intact. This need, simple, practical, unglamorous, is what will eventually give birth to writing. But writing is still several thousand years away. Before clay tablets, before tokens, before symbols turn into script, civilization must reach a level of complexity where spoken memory alone is no longer enough. And by 10,000 to 8,500 BCE, that threshold is approaching. Villages are becoming towns. Towns are becoming hubs. Populations are stabilizing. Food surplus is becoming common. Animals are fully domesticated. Plants are actively cultivated. Trade networks are forming. Material culture is diversifying. And at the center of it all, ritual architecture remains still present, still functioning, still the emotional heart of society. But something is beginning to change. Ritual sites are shrinking, domestic buildings are expanding, communal structures are becoming more practical. Elaborate stone enclosures give way to simpler forms. It is as if ritual has done its work and now steps aside for something new to rise. Civilization is about to shift from spiritual identity to social organization. And in that shift, a new question emerges, quiet, vast, and transformative. What happens when the emotional engine that unified early humans begins to fracture under the weight of population, ownership, inequality, and complexity? What happens when meaning is no longer enough? What happens when meaning is no longer enough? This question unfolds slowly across the archaeological record, like a shadow lengthening across the ground at dusk. Because while ritual had united early humans, it could not, by itself, carry the weight of growing populations, expanding settlements, and increasingly complex relationships. Belief binds hearts, but it cannot organize granaries. Community binds people, but it cannot plan irrigation systems. Identity shapes ritual, but it cannot settle disputes over land. And so, in the quiet centuries after humanity began to settle, something subtle begins to fracture. The perfect balance between shared meaning and shared need. At first, no one notices. Life still feels familiar. Villages still gather for ceremonies. People still move through the cycles of planting, harvesting, storing, celebrating. Ritual fires still glow in echoing enclosures. Elders still whisper stories into the ears of children. But beneath this tranquility, pressures accumulate. More people require more food. More food requires more land. More land requires more boundaries. Boundaries require agreements. Agreements require memory. Memory requires permanence. Everything becomes heavier, clumsier, harder to hold in the mind, harder to reconcile within the delicate fabric of early society. And once a society becomes too large for everyone to know everyone, trust becomes abstract. Abstract trust is powerful, but fragile. It can unite thousands, but it can also collapse with a single dispute. Imagine a settlement with 500 people, then imagine it with 800, then 1,200, then several thousand. Each of these increases requires new forms of social glue, glue that ritual alone can no longer provide. At this point in the story, humanity faces a challenge more profound than any animal predator, any climate shift, any migration pressure. The challenge of living together in complexity. In these early settlements, we begin to see hints of this challenge reflected in architecture. Communal buildings become larger, streets become more organized, courtyards become more structured. Storage facilities increase in number and size. Rooms begin to vary, some small, simple, others larger and more central. Inequality begins subtly, not as exploitation, but as difference. Difference in resource access, difference in labor roles, difference in skill, difference in influence. And difference, once it appears, deepens. But it does not deepen through cruelty or ambition. Not yet. It deepens through necessity. Someone must oversee the grain. Someone must manage the herds. Someone must organize construction. Someone must resolve conflicts. Someone must guide ritual. Someone must remember the calendar. These roles are not glamorous. They are burdens. But burdens, once carried, become positions. And positions, once recognized, become power. Humanity is stepping towards something new. Not ritual power, not spiritual power, but administrative power. And with administrative power comes something the ancient world had never known before: systems. Systems for distributing food, managing labor, tracking resources, settling disputes, maintaining boundaries, organizing ceremonies, planning construction, supporting families, preserving tradition. These systems are fragile at first. Simple agreements, oral decisions, unwritten customs. But as generations pass, these systems require reinforcement, repetition, codification. And codification requires a new form of memory. Not memory carved into stone in symbolic form. Not memory held in the minds of elders. Not memory embedded in ritual architecture. But memory externalized. Memory that does not fade with time. Memory that does not crumble with death. Memory that survives generations intact. Humans are inching toward writing, but they do not know it yet. Before writing, memory evolves into tokens, tallies, knotted chords, patterns pressed into soft clay without meaning, marks carved on bone to count the seasons. The first writing systems were not stories, they were numbers. Numbers are the first language of civilization because numbers prevent conflict. How much grain? How many animals? How many hours of labor? How many people in a household? These questions cannot rely on memory. They must be recorded. And in this early world, somewhere between ritual community and administrative society, the seeds of the earliest accounting systems appear. Small clay tokens shaped like spheres, cones, cylinders, discs, each representing a specific commodity. The earliest known bookkeeping, a revolution not of thought, but of order. Order is the invisible architecture beneath civilization. But while order spreads, belonging begins to stretch thin. People who once knew each other intimately now live among strangers. Families who once shared everything now require boundaries. Communities that once moved freely now occupy land they defend. And in this tension between the old rhythm of tribal intimacy and the new rhythm of communal complexity, emotions evolve. There is pride in belonging to a growing community. There is comfort in stability. There is strength in numbers. There is abundance in surplus. But there is also uncertainty. The world feels larger. The community feels less personal. Roles feel heavier. Responsibilities feel broader. Life feels less spontaneous. For the first time in the human story, people feel the weight of society. And society, once it grows large enough, begins to generate something inevitable: disagreement. Disagreements over food, over land, over inheritance, over leadership, over ritual, over memory itself. For thousands of years, disagreements had been resolved naturally. Small groups did not have the luxury of long-term conflict. They moved, dispersed, separated. But in a fixed community, movement is no longer an option. So disputes linger. They grow. They spread. They require structure to resolve. This is the birth of proto-law. Not written law, not codified law, but normative law. A shared sense of fairness, a shared expectation of justice, a shared understanding of boundaries. And once proto-law appears, communities begin to stabilize again. But stabilization comes at a cost. Authority. Authority strengthens, and as authority strengthens, spiritual roles and administrative roles begin to merge. Those who understand ritual often understand community memory. Those who lead ceremonies often lead negotiations. Those who speak for the ancestors often speak for the living. Power begins to concentrate, not in palaces, not in thrones, but in influence. The earliest leaders are not rulers, they are anchors. Anchors for memory, anchors for ritual, anchors for dispute resolution, anchors for agricultural planning. But anchors, once needed, rarely remain neutral. As the centuries pass, authority becomes embedded in specific families. Lineages form, inheritance appears, roles become hereditary. The community accepts this, slowly, softly, because continuity feels safer than change. And through continuity, the concept of hierarchy evolves again, from functional necessity into social structure. By now, the world is changing everywhere. Large settlements appear across the Near East, some with hundreds of homes, some with defensive walls, some with ceremonial plazas, some with long communal buildings, some with early evidence of feasting events requiring massive coordination. These are not villages anymore, they are proto-cities. Places like Çatalhöyük, densely packed mud-brick dwellings, walls touching walls, rooftops forming streets, the earliest artistic murals, burials beneath homes, shrines filled with bulls' horns. Places like Tel Abu Huraira, massive settlement layers showing a shift from foraging to full farming. Places like Ain Ghazal, with statues whose blank eyes still feel the weight of ancestors. Places like Jericho, one of the earliest fortified sites on Earth, with its enigmatic tower rising from the earth like an early expression of communal identity. These places are living experiments. Humanity is learning what it means to live together in numbers that once seemed impossible. But as these settlements grow, a new pressure emerges, a pressure not from inside, but from outside. Communities with different resources now exist close enough to observe each other. Some control water, some control fertile land, some control animal herds, some control ritual sites, some control trade routes. Resource difference becomes resource advantage. Resource advantage becomes tension. Tension is the silent precursor to conflict. And conflict, for the first time, is not between small groups of hunter-gatherers, but between thousands of people contained within settlements. This is a new world, a world where dispute can ripple across hundreds of households, a world where fear can spread before explanation catches up, a world where resources matter more deeply than ever, a world where leadership cannot simply mediate, it must decide. And decisions that once affected dozens now affect thousands. Civilization is forming, But civilization is fragile. It stands upon the delicate balance between cooperation and conflict, tradition and change, meaning and administration, ritual and resource. It is in this fragile world, somewhere around 9,000, 8,000 BCE, that humanity faces the next great threshold, the transition from symbolic architecture to social institutions. Not buildings, not walls, but roles, rules, rights, obligations, systems. In this transition, something enormous begins to shift. The center of gravity moves from ritual to power. Not domination, not kings, not empires, but power in its earliest form. The ability to shape society through decisions that echo across lives. Power transforms civilization, but it also tests it. Because once power appears, fragility increases. Resentment can grow. Inequality can deepen. Cooperation can strain. Identity can fracture. And humans, so recently learning to live together in large groups, must now learn to manage the consequences of scale. Scale shapes everything. Scale requires new forms of memory, new forms of coordination, new forms of communication. Scale demands writing. Writing will not appear until much later, but the forces that will birth writing are forming now. In crowded houses, in expanding settlements, in the quiet disputes over land, in the growing need for clarity, in the weight of memory too large to hold orally. Humanity is approaching a precipice, a threshold unlike any before, a threshold where the past, the long, quiet world of wandering, begins to dissolve completely, and the future, the world of recorded time, begins to take shape. And as we stand here, looking over that threshold, one final question rises gently. What happens when the pressures of population, hierarchy, memory, and meaning become too great for tradition alone to hold? Right, continue? You said, continue. ChatGPT said, here comes segment 6, 3,000 words. Same slow, atmospheric, meditative descent. Absolutely no subheadings, no breaks, no tonal shifts. This section will take us very close to the midpoint turning point where true civilization, cities, writing, bureaucracy, begins to crystallize from the pressures already forming. What happens when the pressures of population, hierarchy, memory, and meaning become too great for tradition alone to hold? At first, nothing dramatic, nothing visible, no sudden revolution, no architectural leap, no unmistakable invention. Instead, society begins to bend, quietly, gently, invisibly, the way a tree bends under the weight of snow long before any branch snaps. The earliest symptoms of this bending are subtle. Rooms change shape, storage areas expand, hearths multiply or merge, tools increase in variety, certain homes grow slightly larger, certain courtyards begin to dominate the settlement. Some walls are reinforced, some boundaries harden. Trade goods appear that originate far away. People begin burying their dead differently, not randomly, but according to emerging patterns that reflect new ideas of identity and lineage. The shift is slow, almost imperceptible, but it is everywhere. You see it in the artifacts, you see it in the bones, you see it in the architecture. You see it in the grooves worn into the thresholds of ancient homes, the result of countless feet crossing the same space generation after generation. The old world, the world of small bands, fluid roles, simple cooperation, is dissolving into something new, something heavier, something more structured, something that requires rules not just for ritual, but for life. The pressure builds gradually. Imagine a settlement where more than 1,000 people now live. Children play in tight alleyways. Women grind grain in communal spaces. Men tend herds or return from long-range hunts. Elders sit near doorways, watching daily life pass by. Craftspeople carve tools or weave baskets or shape early pottery. Traders arrive carrying shells, obsidian, copper beads. Ritual specialists prepare ceremonies in small sanctuaries, their walls decorated with painted symbols or clay figurines. Life feels rich, layered, meaningful. But beneath that richness is a growing tension. Because now, every decision influences dozens of families. Every conflict touches the edges of a crowded settlement. Every shortage radiates outward. Every ritual demands coordination. Every mistake has consequences. This is the moment when tradition begins to strain. Tradition had always been enough when life was simple, when memory was small, when groups were intimate. But in a settlement of thousands, tradition cannot carry the weight of complexity alone. Something new is required. The archaeological record shows this pressure in small but telling ways. In some settlements, communal buildings that once hosted rituals become administrative spaces. What was once symbolic becomes practical. Long rooms used for gatherings shift into granaries or storage halls. Enclosures once reserved for collective ceremonies begin to resemble work areas. Ritual stones are repositioned, walls are added or removed. The settlement reorganizes itself from the inside out. Patterns emerge where once only tradition existed. Systems appear where once only ritual guided life. The earliest form of office space begins here, not in monumental buildings, but in small rooms set aside for a specific purpose. Rooms for storing grain, rooms for crafting tools, rooms for drying plants, rooms for raising animals, rooms for meeting, rooms for ritual, rooms for rest, rooms for memory. And with these rooms, structure becomes visible. Structure demands coordination. Coordination demands oversight. Oversight demands authority. Authority is growing, not through domination, but through necessity. You can feel the gravity shifting. Leaders who once guided ritual now guide resource distribution. Leaders who once mediated disputes now settle boundaries. Leaders who once directed ceremonies now direct construction. Each decision strengthens their role. Each role strengthens their influence. Influence becomes a position. Position becomes tradition. Tradition becomes hierarchy. Hierarchy in early civilization is not oppressive. It is stabilizing, a way to prevent collapse under increasing social weight. But with stability comes inequality. Inequality is first expressed not in wealth or violence, but in architecture. Some homes expand slightly. Some hearths grow larger. Some walls become thicker. Some courtyards become central. Some burials receive more care. Some storage areas expand. People begin to accumulate responsibilities. Responsibility becomes privilege. Privilege becomes expectation. Expectation becomes lineage. These early differences are small, a few centimeters of wall thickness, a handful of burial goods, an extra room. But they mark the beginning of something that will eventually define the ancient world. As the centuries pass, specialization deepens. Certain people become master potters. Certain people become healers. Certain people become hunters. Certain people become herders. Certain people become ritual specialists. Certain people become mediators. Certain people become organizers. Certain people become memory keepers. Memory keepers hold a unique type of power. Not power over resources, but power over story. Story shapes identity. Identity shapes cooperation. Cooperation shapes society. Thus, the storytellers, ritual guides and elders occupy positions that subtly merge into early priesthoods. Not yet formal, not yet institutional, but influential in ways that matter deeply. And as influence grows, society begins to organize itself into distinct zones. A zone for living, a zone for storage, a zone for ritual,
a zone for animals, a zone for crafts, a zone for burial. Zoning is civilization's quiet signature. It shows up not in blueprints, but in patterns, not in writing, but in movement. People begin using certain paths repeatedly. Paths become roads. Roads become boundaries. Boundaries become districts. Complexity increases. Systems evolve. Life becomes layered. In this layered world, something else is developing. The concept of property. Property is not initially about ownership. It is about responsibility. The responsibility of caring for land, products, animals, tools, and spaces. But once responsibility becomes consistent and inheritable, it becomes property in the true sense. And property, once introduced, deepens inequality. Not because anyone wanted it, but because stability always produces accumulation. Accumulation produces difference. Difference produces tension. And tension requires regulation. Regulation, in turn, requires memory. Memory requires record. But before record, humans used tokens. These tokens, unearthed across ancient settlements, show the earliest glimmers of symbolic thought transitioning into proto-writing. A cone of clay might represent a measure of grain. A sphere might indicate livestock. A disc might track labor. Tokens are the bridge between memory and writing. They externalize information. They reduce conflict. They stabilize agreements. But as tokens accumulate, they require storage. Storage requires organization. Organization requires someone to oversee it. And in these layers of responsibility, the managing, overseeing, recording, we find the earliest administrators. Administrators are the hidden architects of civilization. They are not kings. They are not priests. They are not warriors. They are problem solvers. And in a world growing more complex each generation, problem solvers become essential. But administration introduces a new emotional experience in human history, the experience of being subject to structure. People begin living within the order created by others, not personal order, not ritual order, not ancestral order, but social order, administrative order, negotiated order. This is new, and it creates both stability
and tension. Stability allows society to grow. Tension pressures society to evolve. Nowhere is this pressure clearer than in the emerging systems of food management. Cultivation is increasing, storage is expanding, livestock is growing. For the first time, humans are producing more food than they immediately consume. Surplus introduces abundance, but also vulnerability. Stored food must be protected, distributed fairly, monitored carefully. Surplus is civilization's engine, but it demands a driver, and that driver is administration. As administration deepens, society moves further away from egalitarian roots. Roles solidify, obligations multiply, rules emerge. Informal norms become enforced norms. Through this process, earliest prototypes of law emerge. Not written on stone, but spoken through tradition and upheld through communal expectation. The difference now is scale. Law applies not just to kin, but to strangers living face to face. This shift is enormous, one of the most important cognitive transitions in human evolution. To follow laws made by people you have never met requires trust in systems. Systems are the backbone of civilization, and they are forming swiftly. With systems come divisions of space, and with divisions of space come divisions of labor, and with divisions of labor come divisions of status. The earliest status differences reflect ritual roles. Later, they reflect resource management. Still later, they reflect lineage. Over time, status becomes stratified, not rigid, not punitive, but apparent. Stratification reshapes society. Some people now direct, others follow. Some instruct, others labor. Some decide, others receive. This would have been unthinkable in the world before, but in the world emerging now, it is necessary. Civilization is gaining momentum, and momentum produces one more pressure, the pressure of scale. Scale creates needs the ancient world had never encountered. A settlement of 500 can govern itself through ritual and memory. A settlement of 5,000 cannot. A settlement of 10,000 needs mechanisms, not instinct, not tradition, but structure. Structure so strong it can outlast individuals. Structure so consistent it can manage strangers. Structure so stable it can preserve knowledge. This is where the next transformation begins, a transformation that will redefine humanity forever, the transformation of information into writing. Writing will not appear because humans seek beauty or story. It will appear because society becomes too complex to function without it. Too much grain, too many people, too many obligations, too many disputes, too many responsibilities, too many cycles. Memory is no longer enough. And before writing emerges, there is tension, a sense that the old methods are failing. Ritual alone cannot hold society together. Administration alone cannot resolve disputes. Hierarchy alone cannot manage resources. Tokens alone cannot track complexity. The system is nearing a threshold that, once crossed, will create the first cities. But before humanity can build a city, it must build something far more subtle, a mind capable of thinking in terms of permanence, abstraction, and externalized knowledge. We are approaching the birth of writing, the birth of cities, the birth of recorded time. And at this moment, this delicate, pivotal moment, a question rises softly into the ancient air. What force finally pushed humanity from complex settlements into true urban civilization? What force finally pushed humanity from complex settlements into true urban civilization? The answer is not a single invention, not a single leader, not a single event. It is something quieter, deeper, more human. A convergence of pressures and desires accumulating across centuries, settling like sediment until the weight of change could no longer be resisted. The first pressure is population. As settlements grow, people shift from living with those they know to living among those they do not. This shift seems simple, but it is tectonic. It transforms identity from personal to communal. It transforms obligation from familial to societal. It transforms conflict from individual disputes to structural issues. A small village can tolerate tension. A town cannot. A proto-city absolutely cannot. As population increases, a strange new kind of vulnerability emerges. The vulnerability of scale. Too many voices, too many needs, too many memories, too many histories, too many responsibilities, too many emotions, too many people living too close together for instinct alone to keep peace. The second pressure is surplus. Surplus food means survival is no longer a matter of daily chance, but surplus also means competition. Who controls it? Who distributes it? Who labours for it? Who benefits from it? Surplus creates wealth. Wealth creates difference. Difference creates tension. Tension creates systems. Surplus food also means time. Time to think. Time to experiment. Time to create. It is in surplus that art flourishes, that craft refines, that ritual intensifies, that dreaming grows deep. The third pressure is memory. As societies expand, memory must expand with them. Memory once held in people becomes memory held in systems, memory held in stone, memory held in tokens, memory held in emerging traditions, memory held in the architecture of settlements. But the more memory expands, the more fragile it becomes. Ritual alone cannot protect it. Story alone cannot preserve it. Symbol alone cannot explain it. Memory needs structure. Structure needs clarity. Clarity needs abstraction. This is the emotional prelude to writing. The fourth pressure is identity. Early humans belonged to small groups defined by kinship. Settled humans belonged to communities defined by shared land. Early proto-cities required something even larger, an identity that transcended blood and soil, shared myth, shared symbols, shared values, shared cosmology. Civilization rests not on bricks, but on belief. Belief in order, belief in continuity, belief in the shared future of thousands of strangers. This belief must be nurtured, protected, renewed. And this is where something unexpected emerges. Ritual transforms from a personal expression into a public performance. Ceremonies become events. Priests become organizers. Symbols become standardized. Myth becomes law. Belief becomes institution. The earliest temples are not simply sacred spaces, they are centers of identity, centers of coordination, centers of information. They hold the community together in moments when memory alone would fail. The fifth pressure is technology. Not in the modern sense, but in the slow refinement of tools, materials, and crafts. Agricultural tools become specialized. Pottery becomes standardized. Weaving becomes refined. Stoneworking becomes advanced. Obsidian trade expands. Metallurgy begins in small steps. Copper beads, hammered tools, tinkling ornaments. Every improvement increases efficiency. Every improvement strengthens surplus. Every surplus fuels growth. Technology feeds civilization, but civilization also feeds technology. The sixth pressure is geography. Civilization did not arise everywhere at once. It appeared in specific places: the Fertile Crescent, the Nile Valley, the Indus, the Yellow River, the Andes, Mesoamerica. Why? Not because these people were superior, not because they were chosen, but because geography offered something others lacked: predictable abundance. Rivers that overflowed seasonally, floodplains that enriched soil, plants that grew predictably, animals that adapted to domestication, stone and clay that encouraged building, roots that encouraged trade. Geography offered possibility. Humans supplied meaning. But there is a seventh pressure, the most important, the one that quietly defines the birth of cities: imagination. To build a settlement, you need resources. To build a village, you need stability. To build a town, you need organization. But to build a city, you must imagine something larger than yourself, something vast, something that will outlast you, something that belongs not to one generation, but to many. Civilization requires imagination of legacy, the idea that your life belongs to a story larger than your own lifetime. This imaginative shift is detectable in early proto-cities like Çatalhöyük. People plastered and replastered their walls dozens of times, layering memories generation after generation. They buried ancestors beneath floors, merging the living with the dead. They painted murals depicting rituals, hunts, and cosmological symbols. They created rooms specifically for remembering, shrines with bull horns, benches for teaching, alcoves for offerings. These are not the actions of people living only in the present. These are the actions of people who understand continuity. Continuity is civilization's heartbeat. When continuity becomes collective, shared across thousands, cities become possible. But before a city can rise, a final transformation must occur: the merging of the sacred and the practical. In early settlements, ritual and administration were separate. One belonged to myth, one belonged to life. But as society grew, these two began to intertwine. Temples become storage spaces, priests become administrators, ceremonies mark agricultural cycles. Myth explains boundaries, ritual regulates behavior, ancestors become guardians of property, symbols encode law, cosmology shapes calendar, order mirrors the sky. Civilization is born when the sacred becomes the structure. Because once structure is sanctified, people obey it. Not through force, not through fear, but through meaning. Meaning is the strongest foundation ever built. And so, temples rise at the center of early cities, not as houses of worship in the modern sense, but as the axis of social order. Around temples, storage buildings grow. Around storage buildings, administrative rooms appear. Around administrative rooms, clusters of dwellings expand. Around dwellings, workshops take shape. Around workshops, markets emerge. Around markets, walls rise. Walls do not represent fear at first. They represent identity. A boundary that says, this is us. This is our world. This is where our ancestors rest. This is where our rituals belong. This is where our memories live. This boundary is not built to keep enemies out, but to keep meaning in. But as boundaries solidify, a new question arises. A question that had not existed before, because humanity had never needed to ask it. How do you govern a world too large for memory? Governance in early cities is not a single role. It is a constellation of responsibilities. Someone oversees irrigation canals. Someone tracks grain storage. Someone supervises construction. Someone enforces agreements. Someone keeps time. Someone directs ritual. These roles demand precision. Precision demands record. Record demands symbols. Symbols eventually become writing, but writing requires abstraction, and abstraction requires a shift in how humans perceive the world. This shift appears in the archaeological record as small marks, patterns on pottery, repetitive incisions in bone, arranged tokens, sealed containers with small impressions. These impressions become standardized. Standardization becomes protoscript. Protoscript becomes early writing. But writing does not emerge for poetry, or history, or myth. Writing emerges to manage society, to stabilize what memory can no longer hold. Civilization forces writing into existence. Writing is the nervous system of cities. Without it, life collapses under its own weight. But writing is still ahead of us. We are not there yet. We are still in the world where proto-cities gather momentum. Jericho with its tower older than the pyramids, Çatalhöyük with its labyrinth of homes, Ain Ghazal with its statues staring across time, Göbekli Tepe fading into the background as domestic settlements take precedence. In this world, specialization deepens. Crafts explode in variety. Pottery becomes common. Spindle whorls appear everywhere. Trade networks span hundreds of miles. Obsidian moves in astonishing quantities. Copper objects increase. Agriculture stabilizes. The rhythm of human life has transformed from wandering across the horizon to shaping the land underfoot. And under that land, beneath the floors of houses, beneath the layers of plaster, beneath the packed earth of courtyards, people bury their dead, generation after generation, turning the settlement into a living archive of memory. This intertwining of land and lineage pushes humanity further into permanence. And permanence creates a new emotional experience. Investment. Investment in houses. Investment in fields. Investment in community. Investment in future. Once humans invest in a place, they defend it. They expand it. They improve it. They imagine its future. This is the spark that cities need, the vision of future generations. Once people imagine a future for their children and grandchildren, civilization becomes unstoppable. And yet, something else is also forming in the shadows, a counterpart to progress, a pressure that civilization generates but cannot escape. Conflict. Conflict does not begin with violence, it begins with desire.
desire for land, desire for resources, desire for status, desire for continuity, desire for security. Desire shapes behavior, behavior shapes structure, structure shapes power. Power becomes visible. Power shifts from necessity to identity, from burden to privilege, from community role to personal authority. And authority, once personal, requires symbols, badges of office, special garments, exclusive rituals, restricted knowledge. This is the birth of elite classes, not oppressive, but distinct. Distinct in responsibility, distinct in access, distinct in memory. Civilization becomes stratified. Layers form within layers. Families with influence hold that influence across generations. Resources accumulate unevenly. Expertise becomes hereditary. This is not corruption, it is evolution. Human societies always stratify under scale. Scale does not simply expand life, it transforms it. And transformation demands structure so precise, so durable, so consistent that spoken memory is no longer enough. Humanity is standing at the edge of a precipice, the threshold that leads from prehistory into history, from memory into writing, from villages into cities, from ritual into administration, from identity into civilization. And as we stand on this threshold, one last question rises. What exactly was the spark, the moment, the pressure that turned these complex settlements into the world's first true cities? What exactly was the spark that turned complex settlements into the world's first true cities? It wasn't a single discovery. It wasn't a brilliant leader. It wasn't a miracle or an accident or even a moment. It was accumulation. The slow accumulation of pressure, labor, memory, hope, fear, ritual, surplus, and desire, until one day the balance tipped. A settlement stopped being a place where people simply lived. It became a place where people believed their future lived. When that shift happens, the psychological shift from living in a place to investing, your identity, your lineage, your destiny into that place. A settlement becomes a city in the human mind before it becomes one in architecture. The archaeology of early cities does not begin with walls. It begins with meaning. To understand this, imagine a young person living around 8000 BCE, perhaps in Çatalhöyük, where homes touch one another like cells in a vast organism, or in Jericho, where a monumental stone tower rises like the echo of some older memory, or in Aim Ghazal, where enormous plaster statues watch over the settlement with blank, timeless eyes. This young person has never known a world without structure, without cooperation, without ritual, without planning. For them, civilization is not a novelty, it is the default. They wake beneath a plastered roof, walk across packed floors shaped by generations, touch walls that carry echoes of their ancestors, taste grains planted by hands older than memory, listen to elders speak of rituals that predate their grandparents. They live inside history without knowing it. And this is one of the deepest truths about early civilization. Civilization is not created by those who remember the old world. It is created by those born into the new one.
The people who first embraced city life were not the last hunter-gatherers, but the first children of settled worlds. These children grew up inside permanence. Their minds developed differently. Their identities were shaped by walls, by rooms, by neighborhoods, by ritual centers, by marketplaces, by the hum of communal life. For the first time in human existence, people did not imagine their future as movement across landscapes. They imagined their future in the same place they were born. And once a generation grows up with permanence as their emotional foundation, the settlement begins to transform from the inside out. People start improving their houses. People expand storage. People build stronger foundations. People repair walls rather than abandon them. People adorn their homes with symbols of identity. People create hearths for warmth in winter and cooking year-round. People experiment with new materials: mud brick, lime plaster, fired clay. Every improvement becomes a precedent. Every precedent becomes a tradition. Every tradition becomes a cultural memory passed from one generation to the next. Civilization is continuity made visible, and continuity requires infrastructure. Infrastructure is one of the defining features of true cities. You see its early forms in irrigation channels carved across early Neolithic landscapes, channels not made by accident, but maintained deliberately. Channels that require cooperation, timing, leadership, and shared labor. Water management is not just technology, it is governance. When farmers depend on irrigation for their crops, and crops feed the whole community, someone must plan the flow. Someone must maintain the channels. Someone must mediate. Disputes over water rights. Water becomes the first public resource. Public resources require public systems, and public systems require authority. Authority, in turn, must be legitimized, not through force, but through belief. This is why early cities placed temples at their center. Not palaces, not forts. Temples. The temple is the anchor of civilization. It represents order, harmony, connection. It embodies the cosmology of the community. It explains the cycles of nature that guide agriculture. It sanctifies the distribution of resources. It justifies authority by tying it to the sacred. In the earliest cities, the sacred and the administrative were not separate. They were the same. Ritual gave emotional legitimacy to decisions. Administration gave practical legitimacy to ritual. Together, they created a new kind of social glue capable of binding thousands into a single organism. But temples alone do not create cities. Cities require density. Density is where the transformation becomes visible. When you look at Çatalhöyük's excavated layers, you see houses pressed tightly against each other, with no streets between them. People walked across rooftops, doors opened through ceilings. Walls carried murals painted with vivid red ochre. Entrances led to rooms where ancestors were buried beneath the floor. Shrines filled with bull horns, plaster figurines, and painted vultures created emotional centers inside homes. This density created something the ancient world had never seen: constant interaction, thousands of lives intertwined. Ritual, gossip, trade, disputes, collaboration, all unfolding within arm's reach. Density creates culture. Culture creates institutions. Institutions create cities. As populations grew, so did complexity. And complexity produced two forces that would define early civilization: specialization, and inequality. Specialization emerged naturally. Some people wove better cloth, some shaped better obsidian, some carved better wood, some raised better animals, some led rituals, some watched the stars, some mediated disputes, some planned construction. Specialists require support. Support requires surplus. Surplus requires storage. Storage requires oversight. Oversight becomes power. And power, once consolidated, creates inequality. Inequality is not inherently malignant. In the earliest cities, it appears as difference. Difference in dwelling size, in burial goods, in diet, in access. These differences reveal that society is no longer egalitarian. It has evolved into a layered organism with internal logic and hierarchy. But inequality also creates tension. Tension between those who accumulate and those who serve. Tension between the controlled and the controlling. Tension between ritual authority and economic power. This tension does not break early cities, it shapes them. It forces the invention of systems, systems of law, systems of resource distribution, systems of conflict resolution, systems of leadership. And as systems deepen, society shifts again. Communities that once gathered around ritual now gather around administration. The temple evolves from a symbolic heart into an administrative engine. Granaries attached to temple complexes, storage rooms filled with grain, bins filled with barley, clay ceilings marking ownership, tokens stored in jars, early forms of accounting. Temples begin to control surplus. Surplus consolidates power. Power centralizes administration. This centralization is the seed of cities like Uruk, which will emerge later as the first true metropolis of the ancient world. But before Uruk rises from the dust, before writing appears, before kings and empires carve their mark on history, there is a quieter transformation taking place, a transformation inside the mind. Humans are beginning to think abstractly about society itself, not just about survival, not just about family, not just about ritual, but about systems, structures, roles, responsibilities, futures. This cognitive leap is visible in the earliest town planning. Clusters of homes arranged in patterns, spaces deliberately allocated, boundaries carefully marked, communal works engineered, workshops set apart from dwellings. Urban thinking precedes urban walls. And just as this thinking matures, a new emotional experience appears in human life, the sense of belonging not only to a group, but to a place with history, a place with identity, a place with responsibility, a place you defend. Once humans begin to defend settlements not only because they live there, but because they belong there, cities are inevitable. And yet, belonging is only half the story. There is another force, quieter, deeper, rarely mentioned in archaeological reports because it leaves no bones, no pottery, no architectural layer. Imagination. The imagination of what a settlement could become. The imagination of a future larger than the present. The imagination of descendants who would inherit the land. The imagination of stories unfolding across generations. The imagination of order replacing chaos. The imagination of continuity after death. The earliest cities were not built by necessity, they were built by imagination. By people who dared to see life not as a cycle of wandering, but as a line a line stretching into the unknown, a line worth building for, a line worth anchoring in stone. This imaginative shift created a new kind of human ambition, the ambition to leave something behind, a wall, a shrine, a grave, a path, a memory. Legacy is civilization's quiet architect, and as legacy takes root, populations grow still further. Settlements expand, boundaries widen, granaries multiply, social roles deepen. Then, inevitably, communication becomes strained. Too many people, too much information, too many responsibilities, too many disagreements, too much complexity. Society reaches its limit. Memory breaks. And when memory breaks, civilization must invent a way to hold itself together. Writing. Writing does not emerge suddenly. It emerges reluctantly, driven by the pressure of complexity. Before writing appears, there are signs, tokens sealed in clay envelopes, impressions marking ownership, patterns indicating quantities. These are not stories, they are not myths, they are not legends, they are numbers. Writing begins not with poetry, but with inventory. And this tells us something profound about the nature of civilization. Civilization is built not on beauty, but on order. But order has a shadow found in the earliest true cities like Uruk. Uruk was not the beginning of civilization. It was the moment when all pressures, population, surplus, memory, identity, order, inequality, finally converged. Uruk was a threshold, a turning point, a point of no return. And as we move toward the rise of Uruk, one question emerges with increasing clarity. What does it mean for humans to live inside systems that are larger than themselves? What does it mean for humans to live inside systems that are larger than themselves? For most of our species' existence, humans lived inside landscapes, not systems. The land told you where to go. The seasons told you when to move. The animals told you when to hunt. Your body told you when to rest. Your group, small, familiar, intimate, carried the only social structure you needed. The world was big. You were small. And that scale felt natural. But in the first true cities, the relationship inverted. The city became big, the individual became small. And for the first time, humans were not simply living in the world, they were living in structures designed by other humans. Walls shaped movement, paths shaped interaction, temples shaped belief, markets shaped behavior, storage systems shaped labor, authority shaped decision-making. Writing shaped memory. Everything was suddenly externalized. This externalization is not only administrative, it is emotional. The earliest cities required a transformation in the human psyche, a transformation so profound that it rewired how people understood themselves. To understand this shift, imagine walking through the earliest urban center of Uruk around 3800 BCE, long after the first proto-cities, but still deep in the ancient dawn of civilization. The sun is low, golden light brushing across mud brick walls still wet from morning humidity. Streets, real streets, intentionally shaped, wind between clusters of houses. Workshops clatter with the rhythm of craft. Women grind grain in exactly the same way their ancestors did, but now for hundreds of people, not dozens. Children dart between buildings,
their laughter mixing with the low hum of labor. Smoke rises from kilns, baking pottery in standardized shapes. And above it all, dominating the skyline, is the temple. Its stepped platform rises so high that from the ground it feels like a mountain, a human-built mountain, a place where earth meets sky, a place where the divine is anchored to the city itself. Even before writing fully forms, the temple communicates a message. This city is not just a place, it is an idea. You feel it in your bones as you walk. The stones beneath your feet were shaped by hands you will never meet. The granaries store food you did not harvest. The walls protect families you will never know. The rituals held in the temple involve symbols older than memory. You do not simply belong to this place. You are woven into it. Your actions contribute to a system vast enough that no individual can grasp all its workings. This is the psychological birth of civilization. The moment when humans begin to see themselves not just as people acting in a landscape, but as participants in a structure. Structures create identity. Structures create predictability. Structures create order. Structures create history. History can only exist in a world where memory is externalized, and that world was just beginning. But externalized memory brings something else: responsibility. Not personal responsibility, not tribal responsibility, but civic responsibility. Before cities, a mistake might harm your group. In cities, a mistake can harm thousands. If a canal breaks, hundreds may starve. If grain is mismeasured, whole households may hunger. If rituals are mistimed, planting schedules collapse. If a dispute worsens, neighborhoods fracture. For the first time, humans live inside a delicate balance that requires coordination beyond instinct. Coordination requires communication. Communication requires abstraction. Abstraction requires writing. Writing emerges under these pressures, not as art, not as story, not as philosophy, but as necessity. The earliest tablets found in Uruk are stunning in their simplicity. A line, a wedge, a symbol, a tally, a list. Not of myths, not of heroes, not of ancestors, of barley, of beer, of labourers, of land plots, of offerings. This tells us something profound. Civilization begins in the quiet corners of administration. A scribe sits in a dim room near a temple storehouse. Dust floats in the light falling through a single narrow window. His stylus presses into wet clay with deliberate rhythm. He records quantities with symbols the world has never seen before. He seals the tablet. He places it in a niche carved into a wall. He is writing, but he does not yet know that he is birthing history. History is the story of what societies choose to remember. Writing is the tool that makes remembering possible across generations. And once a society can remember clearly, it can plan clearly. It can expand clearly. It can govern clearly. Writing transforms everything. It turns ritual into calendar. It turns surplus into economy. It turns boundaries into land ownership. It turns leadership into institution.
It turns memory into law. Civilization is the child of writing, but writing is the child of complexity. As Uruk grows, its temple complexes expand. Layered rooms, long corridors, courtyards, stairways. Each corridor smells of clay dust, smoke from nearby kilns, and the faint sweetness of stored grain. People move with purpose. Craftspeople carry baskets of fibres to weaving rooms. Workers push sledges of clay into shaping areas. Children bring water from canals. Scribes walk quickly, styluses tucked into belts. Priests move through the temple courts with an air of solemn repetition. This is not just a settlement anymore, it is an organism. And in this organism, a new form of hierarchy emerges. Not the gentle hierarchy of Neolithic villages, but a structured hierarchy. A hierarchy that divides roles into professions. A hierarchy that separates sacred labour from manual labour. A hierarchy that elevates scribes because they preserve memory. A hierarchy that empowers administrators because they coordinate order. A hierarchy that strengthens priests because they sanctify structure. A hierarchy that privileges families connected to temple authority. This is not inequality in the modern sense. It is the crystallizing of roles necessary for urban life. But once roles crystallize, people stop being interchangeable. In the old world, everyone hunted, everyone gathered, everyone participated. In the new world, labor is divided, exchange is formalized, obligations are assigned, expectations are codified. People begin to depend not on nature, but on each other. Interdependence is civilization's binding force, but interdependence also introduces fragility. If a hunter fell ill in a Neolithic band, others hunted. If a potter fell ill in Uruk, the community lost something specialized. If a scribe fell ill, memory weakened. If an administrator made an error, distribution failed. Systems create stability, but they also create vulnerability. A system is only as strong as its weakest link. Humans now lived inside a world that required constant maintenance. Maintenance of walls, of canals, of fields, of homes, of rituals, of relationships, of records. The city did not simply exist. It had to be continuously sustained. And for the first time in human history, daily life required coordination with strangers. Hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands. Strangers who shared beliefs, shared resources, shared burdens, shared futures. In this world, the individual is no longer the center. The community is. This shift produces something else, something subtle but extraordinary, a collective identity. Not tribal identity, not family identity, a civic identity. The identity of being an inhabitant of Uruk, or Eridu, or Nippur, or any ancient city rising from the fertile crescent. This identity is visible in the earliest city art, standardized motifs, symbols representing districts, public ceremonies, large-scale feasts, ritual gatherings aligned with astronomical events. These were not just cultural expressions, they were statements.
We are one. We belong to this. We inherit this. We build this together. Civilization requires this feeling, the emotional belief that thousands can share a single story. Shared stories create cities. Cities preserve stories. Stories shape history. But shared stories also give rise to something new: competition. Competition between districts, competition between leaders, competition between families, competition between cities. The world is no longer empty. It is crowded. Crowded with possibility, crowded with meaning, crowded with ambition. For the first time, human innovation accelerates, not slowly, not over thousands of years, but within centuries. Canals expand, architecture rises, crafts diversify, metallurgy improves. Trade networks stretch astonishing distances, markets grow, temples accumulate wealth, leadership structures formalize. Civilization is no longer emerging, it is accelerating. And this acceleration creates one final pressure: the pressure of scale beyond what any tradition can hold. As populations reach tens of thousands, cities become something new, centers of gravity. Everything around them shifts. Villages reshape themselves. Trade routes bend toward them. Smaller settlements orbit them like satellites. The first urban networks begin forming. And wherever networks appear, power concentrates. Power, once soft, becomes structured, becomes institutional, becomes something that requires its own architecture: larger buildings, multi-purpose complexes, meeting spaces, storage rooms, administrative quarters. This architecture marks a turning point, a point at which civilization becomes more than a gathering of people. It becomes a system with its own inertia, its own rhythm, its own destiny. Destiny is a strange word, but in the context of cities, it is appropriate. Because cities shape the future in ways individuals cannot. And as Uruk approaches its height, with writing evolving into proto-cuneiform, with temples expanding into multi-acre complexes, with thousands of clay tablets recording the world's earliest known transactions, a new question emerges. What does it mean when humans begin to believe that the city itself is the keeper of their lives, their memory, their meaning? What does it mean when humans begin to believe that the city itself is the keeper of their lives, their memory, their meaning? It means the world has changed in a way no one living in that age could fully comprehend. Because the moment a city becomes more than a collection of people, the moment it becomes an entity with expectations, obligations, boundaries, and traditions, the relationship between humans and their environment reverses. For the first time in history, the environment humans lived in was not shaped by nature, but by other humans. That realization changes everything. Imagine standing on the edge of early Uruk as the sun sets beyond the horizon, turning the sky orange, then red, then eventually purple. You hear the hum of thousands finishing their work. You smell clay dust, smoke from hearths, grain being crushed in stone basins. From somewhere deep in the city, the sound of a ritual chant drifts upward, slow, rhythmic, ancient, steady. Ahead of you rises a skyline unlike anything the world has ever seen. Multi-room temples, stacked platforms, granaries large enough to feed thousands, workshops filled with obsidian knives, with clay pots,
with hammered copper beads. Wide courtyards where people gather to share news, settle disputes, barter, gossip, mourn. This city is no longer a village multiplied. It is a world unto itself. A world with rules, a world with rituals, a world with its own memory. The city remembers in ways no tribe ever could. Walls remember boundaries, streets remember movement, temples remember order, granaries remember seasons, scribes remember transactions, priests remember myth, elders remember lineage. Memory is no longer held only in the human mind. It is held in architecture, in clay, in ritual, in record. And once memory lives outside the human brain, it cannot be forgotten. This is the quiet miracle of civilization. The city becomes an external mind. Its walls are synapses. Its streets are pathways of information. Its storage rooms are memory banks. Its rituals are cycles. Its scribes are neurons. Its administrators are the architecture of cognition. Its people are its thoughts, moving through its body day after day. To live inside a city is to live inside a mind larger than your own. This creates a profound psychological shift, a shift from individual identity to collective identity. You are no longer just a person. You are a participant, a contributor, a thread in a fabric woven across generations. In the earliest cities, this shift is visible in every dimension of daily life. People begin wearing standardized ornaments, not to imitate others, but to belong. Belonging becomes a visible, wearable identity. People begin participating in ceremonies not because they must, but because ceremonies define who they are. A ritual overlooked is a piece of identity forgotten. People begin adjusting their labor according to systems they did not invent. And yet, these systems feel right. They feel natural, because they provide stability and predictability. Predictability is a new form of safety. For hundreds of thousands of years, safety meant motion, moving away from danger, moving toward water, moving with herds, moving with seasons. Now, safety means stillness, the knowledge that food is stored, that canals bring water, that walls bring protection, that rituals bring order. Stillness is civilization's quiet triumph. But stillness comes with a cost. The cost of responsibility. Once a city exists, people must sustain it. Generation after generation, day after day. Civilization is not a natural environment, it is an engineered environment, and engineered environments require maintenance. Irrigation canals must be dredged, walls must be repaired, storage jars must be produced, access lanes must be cleared, tools must be crafted, hearths must be maintained, rituals must be performed, records must be kept. In this daily rhythm of maintenance, the city becomes almost alive, a living organism fed by human labor. But the city does not simply demand labor, it also shapes emotion. The ancient world before cities was filled with risk, natural predators, unpredictable weather, scarcity, migration pressures. The city replaces these natural fears with social fears. Fear of falling out of favor, fear of losing status, fear of violating ritual, fear of administrative penalties, fear of failing obligations, fear of conflict with neighbors, fear of disappointing ancestors, fear of losing identity. These new fears become the undercurrent of urban life. They do not break civilization, they define it. Because civilization is not the absence of danger, it is the transformation of danger into structure. The city protects you from wolves, but it introduces hierarchy. The city protects you from starvation, but it introduces competition. The city protects you from wandering, but it introduces obligation. Humans trade the unpredictability of nature for the predictability of society. This trade becomes the foundation of cities. And nowhere is this trade more visible than in the emergence of leadership. Early cities do not have kings, not yet. They have councils, elders, priests, administrators. But as cities grow, leadership begins to crystallize, not through domination, but through necessity. Systems need coordination. Coordination needs centralization. Centralization produces authority. Authority gains visibility. Visibility gains legitimacy. Legitimacy becomes tradition. The first rulers do not rule through force, they rule through memory. They know the rituals, they know the calendars, they know the systems, they know the stories, they know the boundaries, they know the obligations. Knowledge becomes power, and power becomes inherited. Lineages develop, families of influence rise. Children of administrators become administrators. Children of priests become priests. Children of scribes learn the symbols carved into clay. Hierarchy becomes normalized. People accept it because it provides stability, because it provides order, because it provides continuity. Continuity is the most sacred currency of early civilization. Once continuity becomes important, history becomes important. Not mythic history, but actual, recorded history. Names, lists, dates, offerings, transactions. Not stories passed through voice, but details preserved through clay. This is the earliest form of accountability. Civilization is born the moment people realize that recording the truth prevents the collapse of cooperation. Writing is civilization's spine. Without it, complex society would shatter under the weight of confusion. With writing, society becomes self-reinforcing. Because once something is written, it becomes real. It becomes stable. It becomes permanent. Writing creates permanence. Permanence creates culture. Culture creates cities. Cities create history. History creates us. And with history comes something else: ambition. Ambition is a new emotion in the ancient world. Hunter-gatherers did not need it. Small tribes did not rely on it. But cities ignite ambition like fire catching dry straw. Ambition to rise in status. Ambition to accumulate. Ambition to lead. Ambition to create. Ambition to build something the next generation will see. Ambition is the emotional engine of all future civilizations. It produces innovation. It produces architecture. It produces technology. It produces myth. It produces conflict. Ambition is the bright flame and the dark shadow of city life. And so, in early cities, something begins to appear that did not exist before. Monumental architecture. Not functional buildings, but symbolic ones. Structures too large for any practical purpose. Structures designed to invoke awe, to assert identity, to manifest meaning. These monumental buildings are messages carved in mud brick. We are many. We are powerful. We are united. We are enduring. The city begins speaking for itself, in stone, in clay, in architecture. The voice of the city grows louder than the voices of individuals. This shift is profound. For the first time in human history, people live inside a narrative they did not personally create. The city creates the story. The people live inside it. This is the moment when urban civilization becomes irreversible. Once the city becomes the author of identity, people do not willingly return to the world before it. There is one more transformation, though, one that completes the dawn of civilization and carries humanity toward the invention of states, kings, empires, and recorded history. It is not architecture. It is not religion. It is not farming. It is not writing. It is something deeper. The realization that the city must outlive its citizens. This idea births everything that comes after: monuments, laws, archives, dynasties, temple complexes, bureaucracies. Because once a city understands itself as a living entity stretching across generations, it begins to plan for futures its current inhabitants will never see. This long-term thinking was impossible in the Paleolithic world. It was unnecessary. Life changed too quickly. Land changed too frequently. Groups moved too often. But in a city, the future becomes real. The people who will live here centuries from now matter. They shape decisions. They shape planning. They shape architecture. They shape memory. This is the cognitive revolution behind the birth of civilization. A revolution not of tools, but of time. Time becomes long. Time becomes layered. Time becomes structured. Time becomes archived. The city lives across centuries. Individuals live within decades. This temporal imbalance shapes emotional life. People begin to imagine their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, their lineage, their legacy. Legacy becomes a new form of immortality. Immortality once belonged only to myth. Now it belongs to architecture, to writing, to tradition, to memory preserved in clay. People no longer vanish when they die. Their names remain on tablets. Their works remain in buildings. Their choices remain in civic structure. This is the beginning of everything that defines our species today: history, law, government, culture, complex identity. And so, as Uruk rises into the first true city the world has ever seen, one last question emerges softly. What price did humans pay to build a world that would outlive them? What price did humans pay to build a world that would outlive them? The price was subtle at first, so subtle that the earliest inhabitants of cities barely noticed it. It began as a quiet weight, a slight pressure gathering at the edges of daily life, a feeling that their world, once shaped by natural rhythms, now followed the pulse of something far larger, far more demanding. The city offered abundance, yes, predictability, protection, continuity, community, purpose. But it asked something in return, something humanity had never been asked to give. It asked for obedience.
Not blind obedience, not fearful obedience, but the obedience of responsibility, the obedience required to maintain a fragile, immense, and entirely artificial world. The earliest citizens of cities were bound not by chains, but by structure. Structure requires compliance. Compliance requires conformity. Conformity requires sacrifice. At first, these sacrifices seemed small. You can no longer hunt when you want. You can no longer wander freely. You can no longer build your home wherever you choose. You cannot take from communal granaries unless permitted. You cannot ignore rituals without consequence. You cannot refuse to participate in public works. You cannot disregard temple obligations. The individual's freedom contracts as the community's stability expands. This is the first great trade of civilization. But as cities grow, the cost increases. In a small settlement, authority is soft. In a large city, authority becomes hard, not because leaders are cruel, but because the system is too large to function without rules. Rules become law. Law becomes tradition. Tradition becomes authority. Authority begins to shape life from birth to death. A child born in early Uruk is not simply a child. They are a future labourer, a future craftsperson, a future scribe, if fortunate, a future participant in rituals that predate them, a future guardian of the city's continuity. They inherit obligations they did not choose. Even joy becomes structured. Festivals have calendars, rituals have expectations, feasts have roles, ceremonies have choreography. The ancient world of improvisation, the world of wandering, of free movement, of personal choice, has narrowed into a world of defined paths, defined roles, defined futures. And yet, this narrowing does not feel oppressive to them. It feels right. It feels safe. It feels meaningful. This is the great paradox of civilization. Structures that limit individual freedom also give individuals access to a life previously unimaginable. In the city, you find security. You find neighbors. You find teachers. You find markets. You find community. You find identity. You find a place in a story larger than yourself, but the price continues to rise. As population grows and authority strengthens, a new institution begins to take shape, one that arises quietly at first and then dominates all future civilizations: the state. The earliest states were not empires. They were not kingdoms with crowns and thrones. They were not defined by borders or armies. They were systems. Systems for organizing labor, systems for allocating resources, systems for resolving disputes, systems for maintaining temples, systems for planning irrigation, systems for collecting offerings, systems for distributing surplus. These systems were the skeleton of the state. But a skeleton is only structure. For the state to become truly alive, it needed something else: enforcement. Not violence, not punishment, but the ability to compel cooperation when voluntary cooperation was not enough. This is the point where hierarchy deepens into authority, where administrators become officials, where priests become institutional leaders,
where scribes become gatekeepers of knowledge, where families connected to temples gain social power, where obligations become duties. Duties must be fulfilled. Failure has consequences. Consequences create compliance. Compliance creates stability. Stability creates longevity. Longevity creates civilization. But civilization also creates something the ancient world had never known: inevitable inequality. In small bands, inequality appears but rarely lasts. Resources are shared. Movement dissolves hierarchy. Everyone contributes equally to survival. In cities, movement cannot dissolve inequality. Structure reinforces it. Scribes who read and write gain power. Administrators who organize resources gain power. Priests who mediate between gods and society gain power. Craft experts who control essential skills gain status. Landholders who control fields gain wealth. Meanwhile, laborers who maintain irrigation canals work relentlessly with little recognition. Women who grind grain for thousands labor endlessly. Workers in workshops spend long days producing goods they do not own. Farmers who plant and harvest are tied to cycles that cannot be ignored. Yet, even in this inequality, most people do not feel oppressed. They feel part of something large, something sacred, something stable, something unmistakably human. The city becomes their identity, and identity is powerful enough to soothe inequality, at least for a time. But there is another cost, one far deeper, one far more existential. The world of wandering humans was intimate with nature. The world of cities is intimate with structure. This shift changes the human relationship to the natural world itself. Nature becomes resource, land becomes property, water becomes system, animals become livestock, plants become crops, forests become timber, clay becomes industry. Humans become masters of the land and servants of the system. This reversal is profound. It births agriculture, but also environmental strain. It births architecture, but also urban crowding. It births writing, but also bureaucracy. It births ritual, but also institutional power. It births surplus, but also scarcity created by distribution. And this tension between mastery over the land and submission to the system becomes the emotional core of ancient civilization. You can see this tension clearly in the earliest written myths of Mesopotamia. Stories like the Epic of Gilgamesh describe a hero who builds great walls, who rules a mighty city, who has everything civilization can offer, yet feels restless. He longs for the wild. He longs for the forests beyond the city. He longs for meaning deeper than order. Civilization gave humans stability, but it also awakened longing. Longing for what was lost, longing for freedom, longing for intimacy with nature, longing for a world without hierarchy. This longing becomes a permanent feature of civilization. Even in Uruk's height, with its shining buildings of mud brick, its bustling workshops, its sprawling neighborhoods, its towering temples, its stores of grain, its scribes pressing symbols into clay, its priests chanting rituals into the wind, the city's residents felt something ancient stirring softly inside them. A memory, a whisper, a ghost of the old world. The world before walls, before tokens, before writing, before hierarchy, before obligation. A world where time moved with the seasons, not with the calendar. A world where identity flowed like water, not carved into clay. A world where ancestors walked across open landscapes, not beneath plastered floors. The cost of civilization was not only obedience and hierarchy and labor, it was forgetting. To build a world that would outlive them, humans had to sever themselves from the world that had shaped them. This severing was gradual, emotional, quiet, unspoken, but it was real. And as the first cities rose, the ancient memory of wandering began to fade. Not lost entirely, but buried beneath layers of clay and bureaucracy and architecture and story. This forgetting left a hollow space that ancient people sometimes tried to fill with festivals, with myths, with tales of heroes who roam the wild, with rituals calling upon spirits of rivers and storms, with ceremonies honoring ancestors who lived before the walls. These rituals were not primitive, they were preservation of a world that civilization slowly displaced. And yet, despite the costs, despite the sacrifices, despite the loss of the wandering world, civilization endured. It endured because humans, for the first time, could imagine a future extending far beyond their own lifespan. They built for that future. They stored for it. They recorded for it. They dreamed for it. A dream too large for one lifetime to contain. In the end, the true cost of civilization was not freedom or hierarchy or obedience or forgetting. The true cost was the beginning of responsibility to time. And as the first great cities rose from the earth, another question began forming in the collective mind of humanity. If civilization changed what it meant to be human, what changed inside humans to make civilization possible? If civilization changed what it meant to be human, what changed inside humans to make civilization possible? To answer this, you must imagine a mind shaped across hundreds of thousands of years, a mind adapted to survival, to movement, to small groups, to immediate dangers, to landscapes that stretched endlessly beyond imagination. For most of our species' existence, the human mind lived in the present. Not because ancient humans lacked intelligence, but because the world demanded constant presence. A change in wind direction could mean predators. A subtle shift in the color of clouds could mean storms. A dry riverbed could mean relocation. A sudden migration of animals could mean hunger. A broken tool could mean death. The ancient mind was a mind tuned to immediacy. But as the world stabilized, as climate softened, as landscapes began offering abundance and predictability, a new emotional capacity slowly awakened. Long-term imagination. Imagination had always existed, in art, in storytelling, in ritual. But long-term imagination, the ability to envision a future many seasons away, a future for children not yet born, a future for a community as a whole, this is something far rarer. It is the foundation of planning. It is the root of cooperation. It is the quiet engine of civilization. Without long-term imagination, no irrigation canal would be carved, no surplus would be stored, no temple would be built, no wall would be raised, no writing system would be invented, no city would endure. Civilization required a new kind of thought that the Paleolithic world neither asked for nor rewarded. Thought shaped by continuity. Continuity is the invisible thread that runs through all early cities. In the mind of a farmer, continuity meant faith that seeds planted in winter would survive to the spring. In the mind of a potter, continuity meant confidence that the kiln's heat would strengthen clay for storage in the seasons ahead. In the mind of a scribe, continuity meant belief that details pressed into clay mattered not only for today, but for every day that followed. In the mind of a priest, continuity meant certainty that rituals must be repeated because repetition held the city together. Continuity shaped thought. Thought shaped cities. Cities shaped history. But continuity alone is not enough. Something else changed inside humans, a change so deep, so subtle, that archaeologists cannot measure it, but its presence is unmistakable. The emergence of abstract trust. Abstract trust is different from personal trust. Personal trust is built through shared experience. Abstract trust is built through belief in systems. A hunter trusts the person beside him because they have hunted together. A citizen trusts the irrigation system because the system has worked before. This kind of trust can bind thousands who have never met. Abstract trust is what allowed humans to accept authority without personal ties, to follow rules written before they were born, to believe in rituals they did not witness, to contribute labor to projects whose benefits might not be seen in their lifetime. Abstract trust is the architecture of society. Without it, cities collapse. With it, civilization expands. You see the earliest hints of abstract trust in the arrangement of homes in ancient settlements. People began building houses not randomly, but according to shared expectations. Front rooms for receiving, back rooms for storage, roofs accessible for movement, hearths positioned in predictable ways, neighborhoods oriented toward shared spaces. This standardization is not instinct. It is learned trust. Trust that others will build as you build. Trust that the settlement will remain stable. Trust that order exists beyond your household. Abstraction deepens with writing. Writing transforms trust from emotional belief into physical record. A clay tablet becomes a promise that endures longer than the memory of the people who wrote it. A tablet recording a delivery of grain binds communities together across time. A tablet marking land boundaries preserves peace between neighbors. A tablet recording offerings to the temple ensures continuity of ritual regardless of political change. Writing is trust turned into clay. But even writing is only part of the story. Something more fundamental had to transform before a single symbol could be pressed into wet clay. The ancient human mind had to learn to see the world
through layers. Layers of time, layers of responsibility, layers of structure, layers of identity, layers of meaning. The world of hunter-gatherers was a world of few layers. The world of early cities was a world of many. Layered thinking is civilization's psychological cornerstone. It allows for hierarchy. It allows for administration. It allows for complex social roles. It allows for symbolic systems. It allows for conceptual maps of the future. It allows for writing. You can see the first hints of layered thinking in the earliest art of agricultural societies. Art no longer depicts only animals and hunts. It depicts imagined beings, hybrids, spirits, ancestors, gods, cosmological symbols. This is symbolic layering. It reflects a mind that understands that the world has dimensions beyond the visible. This layered thought carries into architecture. Stone enclosures at Göbekli Tepe are not just walls. They are symbolic boundaries between different realms of meaning. Rooms arranged in household clusters reflect layered social relations. Family inside community, community inside settlement, settlement inside ritual landscape. This is conceptual layering made physical. Layered thinking reaches its pinnacle when humans begin to conceive of systems that exist even when individuals do not. The irrigation system exists even if the person who built it dies. The temple exists even if the priest changes. The ritual calendar exists even if participants change. Law exists even if rulers change. Society exists even if citizens change. This mental shift is civilization's quiet revolution. Humans begin building structures meant to transcend their own lives. They begin thinking in terms of generations instead of seasons. They begin planning in terms of communities instead of families. They begin imagining in terms of continuity instead of immediacy. This change is immense as fire, as immense as language, as immense as agriculture. It required a new kind of human, not biologically different, but cognitively transformed. A human who could see themselves not only as an individual, but as part of a collective identity. A human who could align their behavior with rules they did not personally create. A human who could accept obligations for the sake of unseen futures. A human who could imagine a story larger than their lifespan. But this transformation had a shadow. In the ancient world, before cities, identity flowed. A person could leave a group could split, a tribe could join another tribe. Family ties were strong, but social boundaries were porous. Cities changed this. Identity ceased to be fluid and became fixed. You are from this city, this neighborhood, this lineage, this profession. Your path is shaped before you walk it. Your role is defined before you understand it. Your obligations are inherited. City identity is stable, but it is also heavy. It brings pride and belonging, but also confinement. Humans learn that belonging to something greater means being shaped by it. This shaping becomes the emotional cost of living inside civilization. And yet, without this shaping, civilization would crumble. Because civilization is not built from stone, it is built from minds,
agreeing to live inside stories shared by thousands. The story of ritual, the story of order, the story of authority, the story of cooperation, the story of lineage, the story of continuity. These stories become the invisible architecture of the city. And once a city believes its stories, the city becomes unstoppable. Even when drought comes, even when conflict arises, even when walls fall, even when leaders change, even when rituals evolve. Because the core belief remains: we are this city. We are this people. We are this continuity. We are this story. But civilization does not stay still. Its needs shift. Its pressures intensify. Its complexity multiplies. And from that complexity, a new kind of power emerges, a power that will reshape the ancient world and echo across all future societies, the power of centralized rule. Centralized rule is not yet kingship, not yet monarchy, not yet empire. It is the moment when authority stops being diffuse and begins gathering in one place. A single temple, a single council, a single lineage, and eventually a single person. What drove this concentration of power? What pressures made it inevitable? What psychological thresholds had to be crossed before the first rulers could rise? What pressures made centralized rule inevitable? To understand the first rulers, you must imagine a city not as a collection of individuals, but as a pressure system, a space where thousands of needs converge, where thousands of responsibilities accumulate, where thousands of desires, fears, and dependencies interlock like gears in an immense machine. In the earliest stages of urban life, these gears turn naturally through the cooperation of elders, the guidance of ritual specialists, and the coordination of administrators. But as complexity intensifies, the gears begin to grind. Disputes multiply, duties overlap, resources strain, memories conflict, roles collide. Ritual calendars grow more demanding, trade networks widen, external pressures increase, populations grow beyond what custom alone can manage. At a certain point, a city becomes too large for decentralized authority to handle. Too many voices, too many tasks, too many consequences. A single canal failure can starve thousands. A single distribution error can ignite conflict. A single unresolved dispute can destabilize neighborhoods. A single ritual mistake can unsettle the entire city. Pressure accumulates. Under this weight, the old system, a loose collaboration of leaders, begins to buckle. And so the city searches, not consciously, but through necessity, for a single point of stability, a center of coherence, a source of authority, a person who embodies the model of the city itself. Centralized leadership emerges not because a powerful person seizes control, but because the city needs a single interpretive mind. The earliest rulers do not act like kings, they act like aligners of ritual, aligners of labor, aligners of memory, aligners of narrative, aligners of disputes, aligners of seasons, aligners of identity. The city needs someone to hold its vastness together so it does not collapse under its own weight. Centralization is not ambition. centralization is survival. At first, leadership appears as a role, not a person, a ritual office held temporarily or cyclically. Someone presides over ceremonies, someone mediates disputes, someone oversees planting, someone organizes public works. The role rotates, authority is shared. But rotation has limits. The more complex the city becomes, the more harmful inconsistency becomes. One leader who is indecisive can stall an entire irrigation project. One leader who is inexperienced can disrupt ritual timing. One leader who lacks respect can fracture public trust. A city cannot afford inconsistency, and so leadership begins to stabilize, remaining in the hands of those with experience, those with lineage, those with knowledge, those with influence. Lineage becomes legitimacy. This shift is quiet at first, barely noticeable, but it is epochal. Leadership transforms from a rotating duty into an inherited position. This is the birth of dynasty. Dynasty does not begin with crowns, it begins with continuity. A family trusted to lead because it carries knowledge linked to temple ritual, to agricultural management, to social memory. Continuity becomes authority, authority becomes tradition, tradition becomes sacred. Soon, the idea emerges that leadership is not merely a social function, but a cosmic duty. Leaders are not just people. They are mediators between realms, between earth and sky, between human and divine, between community and cosmos. This ideological shift paves the way for a new kind of ruler, one who is not only responsible for the city's survival, but also responsible for maintaining cosmic order. This concept appears across the ancient world, in Sumer, in Egypt, in the Indus Valley, in ancient China. The pattern is consistent. Once a city becomes large enough, its leader becomes sacred. Not because they declare themselves divine, but because the city cannot function without assigning divine legitimacy to human authority. Divine legitimacy does two things. It unites people around a single power without constant negotiation, and it protects the city from internal breakdown. If authority is sacred, authority is stable. Stability is civilization's most precious resource. But sacred leadership creates another transformation, the rise of monumental architecture. Cities begin building structures that physically embody their centralized power. Massive walls, layered temple complexes, raised platforms, ceremonial boulevards, gateways adorned with symbols of authority, stone markers delineating administrative zones. These monuments are not simply buildings, they are statements. Statements of permanence, statements of identity, statements of hierarchy, statements of cosmic order. They tell the people, the city is not temporary. The city will outlast you. You belong to something greater. Authority flows from the divine. Ritual sustains the world. These monuments train the mind to see society as fixed, as structured, as sacred. Architecture is ideology in stone. But as monuments rise, a new emotion quietly enters the ancient world. Awe. Awe is dangerous and powerful. It binds, it inspires, it justifies, it compels. Awe is what allows thousands of people to accept systems they did not choose, but believe in deeply. Awe is the emotional fuel of centralized rule. And with awe comes submission, not through force, but through reverence. Reverence for the temple, reverence for ritual, reverence for lineage, reverence for symbols, reverence for the order of the cosmos. The earliest rulers are custodians of awe. But awe is only half of the equation. The other half is fear. Fear of disruption, fear of chaos, fear of drought, fear of famine, fear of cosmic imbalance, fear of the unknown. Rulers become the emotional center holding these fears at bay. Their authority is a shield against collapse. And collapse is always the shadow that follows civilization. The earliest cities constantly faced the possibility of unraveling. Floods could destroy fields, droughts could empty canals, disease could sweep through neighborhoods, disputes could fracture communities. External raiders could threaten boundaries, internal tensions could destabilize governance. Civilization is not robust, it is fragile, too large to move, too complex to adapt quickly, too dependent on systems that require maintenance and precision. This fragility is the soil in which kingship grows. Kingship offers the illusion of control. A single figure who guarantees order, who maintains cosmic balance, who mediates between the human and the divine, who protects the city not only from external threats, but from chaos itself. Kingship is emotional architecture. It is a role created because people needed a person onto whom they could project the terrifying weight of their collective vulnerability. And once kingship appears, civilization crosses an irreversible threshold. The city no longer exists to serve the people. The people exist to sustain the city. This inversion is the defining feature of all ancient states. Under kingship, labor becomes organized on a massive scale. Public works expand. Irrigation networks become vast. Canal systems stretch for miles. Storage facilities multiply. Trade routes extend across regions. Armies form. Bureaucracies grow. The city becomes not just a place, but a system with its own needs and its own momentum. This momentum is visible in the administrative tablets of Uruk, thousands of clay records documenting harvests, distribution, labor hours, temple offerings, land boundaries. The city is speaking. The city is thinking. The city is remembering. The city is planning. And the ruler, positioned at the center, becomes the embodiment of this vast, coordinated mind. This is the birth of the state. Not a dictator, not a tyrant, not an empire. A system, an organism that requires centralized leadership to sustain itself. But centralized leadership creates a new kind of human experience, the experience of living under watch. Not surveillance, not oppression, but observation. Your labor is measured, your fields are recorded, your offerings are counted, your disputes are documented, your taxes are tracked, your obligations are noted. The state sees you in a way no earlier society could. This visibility is both stabilizing and suffocating. It allows cities to grow. It ensures fairness and accountability, but it also transforms autonomy into compliance. This shift is the emotional cost of kingship. And yet, humans adapt. They find meaning in ritual. They find identity in belonging. They find purpose in their roles. They find continuity in lineage. They find stability in order. They find comfort in predictability. Civilization offers a life that is smaller than nature, but larger than the individual. The individual becomes a thread woven into the fabric of society. Threads do not move alone, they move together. The weaving is not always just, not always fair, not always merciful, but it is coherent. Coherence is civilization's greatest promise, and kingship is the loom. The loom weaves prosperity and inequality, order and submission, meaning and fear, continuity and control. Civilization is a tapestry of contradictions, but it is also the beginning of everything. The first cities set the pattern for all that comes after. States, laws, religions, economies, hierarchies, armies, trade networks, monuments, myths. And buried beneath it all is a final question. If humans built civilization, how did civilization reshape humans in return? If humans built civilization, how did civilization reshape humans in return? To answer this, you must imagine a moment so ancient, so quiet, so subtle, that it left no pottery, no bones, no ruins, only a shift inside the human heart. The moment when people realized they could no longer live without structure, that the walls they built were also walls they lived within, that the systems they shaped were also the systems that shaped them, that the identity they inherited was now heavier than the identity they chose. Civilization reshaped humans not in a single generation, but across thousands of years, layer by layer, like sediment settling at the bottom of a river until the riverbed itself transforms. The first change was emotional. Early humans, living in the wild, carried a constant awareness of danger. Fear sharpened their instincts. Hunger sharpened their focus. Movement sharpened their senses. But in cities, danger changed form. Danger was no longer an animal's teeth in the darkness of a forest. It was a break in irrigation systems, a shortage of grain, a failure of ritual, an error in administration, a conflict between neighbors, a dispute over inheritance, an imbalance in the cosmic order. Fear shifted from physical threat to social threat. This new fear was quieter, longer lasting, and far more complex. It shaped human psychology profoundly. People became more cautious, more attuned to social rules, more sensitive to hierarchy, more aware of consequences, more dependent on reputation, more invested in conformity. Civilization required a softer, steadier vigilance, one directed not outward toward nature, but inward toward community. This vigilance still echoes in modern life, in the way humans worry about status, about reputation, about acceptance, about the expectations of others. The second change was cognitive. The ancient mind evolved for survival in small, flexible groups. It prioritized face-to-face relationships. It remembered stories orally and passed knowledge through families. But the city demanded something new, the ability to think in abstractions. to understand land as measure, to understand time as calendar, to understand labor as obligation, to understand grain as quantity, to understand identity as category, to understand authority as institution, to understand memory as record. The city sharpened a different set of mental tools, tools for organization, tools for planning, tools for symbolic thinking. These cognitive shifts built on capacities already present, but magnified them enormously. You can see this mental transformation in the earliest writing systems, how they moved from symbols for grain to symbols for numbers, then to symbols for people, then to symbols for actions, then to symbols for stories. Writing is the physical expression of a new kind of mind, a mind capable not only of remembering, but of separating meaning from memory, a mind capable of constructing narratives larger than personal experience, a mind capable of imagining worlds yet to come. The third change was physical. Civilization reshaped the human body as deeply as it reshaped the mind. Bones from early agricultural societies tell part of the story. Before cities, humans walked long distances, climbed, ran, lifted, hunted, gathered, and lived in dynamic landscapes. After cities, the body became more stationary. Spines bent from grinding grain, knees worn from kneeling at mills, bones thinned from less varied movement, muscles narrowed from repetitive tasks, dental wear increased from domesticated grains, disease spread more easily in crowded settlements. Civilization improved survival, but worsened health. This paradox is etched into skeletons buried beneath ancient floors, bodies strengthened by cooperation, weakened by density. And yet, the physical cost did not stop civilization's rise. Because civilization offered something no wild landscape ever could: security for children. In the Paleolithic world, childhood was fragile, death was common, life was unpredictable. Cities offered continuity, surplus, protection, community support, shared childcare, stable shelter. For the first time in human history, most children survived. This was the greatest gift of civilization, and also its most powerful engine. More children meant more labor. More labor meant more complexity. More complexity meant more administration. More administration meant more hierarchy. More hierarchy meant more centralization. More centralization meant more record-keeping. More record-keeping meant writing. Writing meant history. History meant us. Civilization reshaped humanity by ensuring that humanity would endure. The fourth change was social. The city redefined how humans understood relationships. In small bands, every relationship was personal. Everyone knew everyone. Cooperation was intimate. Conflict was mediated face to face. But in cities, humans met more strangers than their ancestors ever imagined possible. The mind had to adapt quickly. Strangers had to be trusted based on role, not familiarity. The symbol of a profession, a potter's tool, a scribe's stylus, a priest's garment, a merchant's seal, became a shortcut for identity. In the city, humans learned to navigate society not through instinct, but through symbols. Symbolic identity is what allows societies to grow larger than the tribe. It allows cooperation between thousands who will never meet. It allows exchange. It allows administration. It allows trade. It allows law. It allows the city itself to function as a single organism made of countless interchangeable parts. This symbolic mode of social perception still defines human life today. We navigate by categories, by roles, by markers of status, by professions, by affiliations, by institutions. Civilization restructured the social brain. The fifth change was moral. The ethics of the wild were simple. Share to survive, protect your kin, avoid conflict when possible, remain vigilant. The ethics of the city were layered. Obey the law, fulfill obligations, respect boundaries, honor ritual, contribute to public works, accept hierarchy, manage conflict peacefully, support the temple, uphold cosmic order. Morality became formal. It became encoded. It became institutionalized. Right and wrong were no longer negotiated by small groups. They were shaped by the needs of thousands. This shift transformed concepts like fairness, responsibility, justice, and duty. Ancient law codes, still millennia in the future, began as moral expectations rooted in the survival needs of early cities. Civilization created a new kind of morality, one tied to order, continuity, and social harmony. The sixth change was existential. Before civilization, identity was rooted in nature, in the land, in the sky, in the animals, in the seasons, in the cycles of migration. The rise of cities broke this relationship. Humans became anchored not to the land, but to their own creations, to buildings, to roads, to walls, to systems, to records, to rituals, to institutions. The center of meaning shifted from nature to society. In the earliest myths written in the cities of Sumer, you can see this shift clearly. The gods are no longer spirits of forests, or hunters-protectors, or river beings, or ancestral animals. They are the patrons of cities, the guardians of order, the embodiments of continuity, the cosmic reflections of administrative roles. Civilization reshaped even the divine. And through this reshaping, humans felt both smaller and larger than ever before. Smaller because they lived inside structures they could not control. Larger because they now participated in a story that extended beyond their own lives. This paradox, feeling both diminished and elevated, became the emotional fabric of ancient civilization. You see it in epics, in rituals, in art, in the layout of cities, in the silence of plastered floors covering generations of ancestors, in the way temples rise above houses like mountains of memory, in the way records preserve the smallest details of daily life. Civilization gives meaning and removes it. It expands identity and confines it. It empowers the collective and humbles the individual. But this paradox is what made humanity capable of greatness. Because once humans accept that they are both small and significant, both transient and enduring, both limited and connected. They begin to build not just for survival, but for legacy. Legacy is the quiet motive behind every wall, every canal, every tablet, every shrine, every system. Legacy is what allows a fragile creature made of bone and breath to leave a mark on the earth that survives millennia. Civilization is legacy. It is humanity's answer to the inevitability of time. But time has its own voice and its own questions. Among them, if civilization reshaped humans, what moment reshaped civilization itself? From early cities into the world's first great urban centers. What force ignited the first truly massive city-states? What pushed humanity from proto-urban life to full-blown civilization as history knows it? What mystery lies at the threshold between the Neolithic and the dawn of recorded history? What moment reshaped civilization itself, from early cities humming quietly in river valleys into the first great urban centers whose names would echo across millennia? What force pushed humanity from proto-urban life, still half-woven from ritual and memory, into the roaring complexity that would define Sumer, Akkad, Egypt, the Indus Valley, and beyond? The archaeological layers show a pattern, a slow condensation of complexity followed by a sudden crystallization. It is as if early civilization spent thousands of years gathering clouds before a single storm broke open and transformed the world. The question is why? What changed? Why did humanity, after tens of thousands of years of small group life, after centuries of early settlements, after generations of proto-cities, suddenly begin building the first large-scale urban civilizations around 3,500 to 3000 BCE? The answer is not simple. It is not singular. It is not one invention, one leader, one idea. It is a convergence so powerful that once it began, civilization could no longer be stopped. The first force in that convergence was population. Early cities reached a critical density, not a slow accumulation, but a tipping point, a moment where thousands suddenly became tens of thousands. Once this threshold was crossed, societies no longer functioned as loosely organized networks. They needed something stronger, something more permanent, something more defined. A city that holds 3,000 people can improvise. A city that holds 30,000 cannot. Cities reached a point where complexity demanded not collaboration, but coordination, not flexibility, but structure, not collective memory, but recorded memory. This is the moment when writing shifted from token impressions to full symbolic script. Writing did not begin as storytelling, it began as survival. The second force was economy. Trade networks grew so large, so intricate, that no city could function without systematic accounting. Obsidian from Anatolia, copper from Oman, timber from Lebanon, shells from the Gulf, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, grain from the plains of Sumer, textiles from specialized workshops, ceramics from distant towns.
For the first time, value travelled across hundreds of kilometres. Trade required contracts. Contracts required records. Records required scribes. Scribes required institutions. Institutions required administration. Administration becomes the skeleton of the state. The third force was environment. In southern Mesopotamia, the rivers changed constantly, shifting course, flooding unpredictably, depositing layers of fertile soil on which cities depended. Managing these waters required unprecedented cooperation. Canals needed maintenance, reservoirs needed cleaning, flood channels needed reinforcement, dikes needed repair. This was not the labour of dozens or hundreds, this was the labour of thousands. And thousands cannot coordinate themselves through custom alone. Large-scale irrigation forces large-scale administration. Large-scale administration forces centralized authority. Civilization emerges not because humans are ambitious, but because rivers are. The fourth force was inequality. Inequality had always existed in subtle forms, but as cities grew, inequality hardened into classes. Some people controlled land, others controlled herds, others controlled labour, others controlled knowledge, others controlled ritual. These differences grew, slowly at first, then rapidly, as agricultural surpluses accumulated in specific households and temple complexes. When inequality reaches critical mass, society can no longer remain egalitarian. Roles become fixed, inheritance becomes predictable, authority becomes concentrated, hierarchy shifts from an emergent property to a structural feature. This structure is the birth of social classes, and social classes need laws to stabilize them. Law does not appear because people suddenly seek justice. It appears because society seeks order. The fifth force was conflict. As cities grew in power, so did their need to defend resources, land, labour, and boundaries. Conflict began not as territorial ambition, but as necessity. Cities encroached on one another. Water sources overlapped. Trade routes intersected. Irrigation networks collided. When conflict touches a complex society, it changes everything. It forces organisation. It forces hierarchy. It forces leadership. It forces innovation. In early Sumer, conflict fueled the rise of the first professional armies. Not armies of domination, armies of protection, armies of necessity. War is not the builder of civilization, but war is often the shaper of its structure. The sixth force was something deeper, something psychological, something spiritual, something that pulsed beneath the surface of ancient life. The desire for cosmic order. The earliest civilizations believed that the world was balanced on a delicate axis, a fragile line between chaos and harmony. They believed the city was a model of the cosmos, its canals mirroring rivers of the heavens, its walls echoing the boundaries of creation, its temple representing the point where humans touched the divine. Maintaining the city was nothing less than maintaining the world. Rulers did not simply govern, they stabilized the universe. Ritual was not superstition, it was social physics.
This belief gave civilization emotional coherence, a coherence that held thousands together even in moments of crisis, scarcity, uncertainty. Civilization needs many tools, but none as powerful as shared meaning. Meaning is the glue that keeps massive groups from dissolving, and meaning must be embodied. This leads to the seventh force, monumentality. The first great cities began building structures larger than life, structures that required thousands of hands, thousands of hours, thousands of decisions. These monumental works were not practical. They were psychological. They told people, this city is powerful. This community is enduring. This place is sacred. This world is ordered. This life has meaning. Monuments transformed identity. They made individuals small pieces of something enormous. This emotional transformation was the final spark that pushed society into full civilization. Because once humans built monuments, they built futures. A monument is not for today. It is for tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. Civilization begins when humans build for the people who are not yet born. This long-term vision is the most profound shift in human history. It is the moment when the human mind stopped living only in the present and learned to inhabit time. The eighth force, the final, quiet force, binding all the others together, was writing. Writing turned complexity into permanence. Writing turned ritual into institution. Writing turned memory into structure. Writing turned authority into law. Writing turned identity into history. Writing turned individuals into citizens. And writing turned cities into civilizations. The earliest Sumerian tablets do not tell stories, they record lists. Lists of grain, lists of offerings, lists of labor duties, lists of land plots, lists of livestock. These lists seem mundane, but they are more revolutionary than any myth. Because a list separates memory from the brain and anchors it in clay. Clay endures, memory does not. With writing, the city becomes immortal. This immortality reshapes everything. If memory no longer dies when people die, then projects can extend beyond a single lifetime. Canals can grow larger, temples can expand, walls can rise, institutions can deepen, knowledge can accumulate. Writing is the bridge between early settlements and vast civilizations. It is the tool through which humans first began to wield the power of time. And so, around 3500 BCE, in the plains of southern Mesopotamia, the convergence reached a critical point. Population, surplus, trade, inequality, conflict, cosmic order, monumentality, writing. 8 forces intertwined like strands of rope pulling in the same direction until society could no longer remain what it had been. And from this convergence rose Uruk, the first true city in human history. Uruk was not merely larger than earlier settlements, It was different, a different scale, a different structure, a different rhythm, a different identity, a different purpose. Here, writing matured into cuneiform, administration matured into bureaucracy, leadership matured into kingship, temples matured into city-states, craft matured into industry, trade matured into economy, warfare matured into strategy. For the first time, humanity lived in a world governed not by nature, but by systems. Systems of law, systems of writing, systems of ritual, systems of trade, systems of labor, systems of power. Civilization had crossed the boundary of no return. The world before would never return again. And now, as the first great cities rise, Uruk, Eridu, Kish, Lagash, they radiate influence into every corner of the ancient world. Civilization becomes contagious. Its pattern spreads along rivers, across plains, over mountains, into new peoples. Some adopted, some adapted, some resisted for centuries, some fuse it with their own traditions, but the pattern is unstoppable. Humanity has entered an entirely new kind of existence, an existence defined by structures too vast for any individual to foresee and too powerful for any individual to escape. And beneath this transformation lurks a final, quiet question. As civilization expanded across the ancient world, what did humanity lose? And what did humanity gain in exchange for this new way of being? The story of civilization is not only about what humans built, it is about what humans became in the process of building. We often imagine that civilization is a structure outside of us: walls, temples, writing, administration, trade. But the deeper truth, the quieter truth, the truth that rarely leaves evidence in the soil, is that civilization also reshaped the inner landscape of the human mind. This transformation is subtle, but once it happens, it cannot be undone. You can see its early signs in the smallest gestures of ancient people, in the careful smoothing of a clay tablet, in the perfectly straight line of a canal, in the way a potter repeats a single pattern across dozens, hundreds, thousands of vessels. These rhythms are not natural rhythms, not rhythms of forests or grasslands or desert winds. They are rhythms of society, rhythms of order, rhythms of human intention imposed on the world. The world of cities beats differently than the world of wilderness. Once humans lived inside that new rhythm, their inner sense of time changed. Their inner sense of purpose changed. Their inner sense of self changed. Civilization rewrites the human timeline. Before cities, life unfolded through cycles: the cycle of seasons, the cycle of migrations, the cycle of animal patterns, the cycle of storms. Time was a circle that repeated, reversed, recurred, returned. But civilization introduced something unnatural: the straight line. A line that moves from past to present to future. A line with direction, with momentum, with accumulation. A line that does not return to the beginning, but continues towards something unknown. This new sense of time made civilization possible. And civilization, in turn, deepened this sense of time until it became the foundation of human thought. The moment humans learned To imagine time as something directional, they began to build for the future. Temples are built for the future. Canals are built for the future. Grain storage is built for the future. Writing is invented for the future. Every ancient innovation is a vote of faith in people not yet born. This is the emotional heart of the chat. Neolithic revolution. Humans became creatures of the future, and the future, once imagined, cannot be forgotten. Every ancient child born inside a city grew up not only with memories of the past, but with expectations of the future. A future of harvest cycles, a future of ritual cycles, a future of administrative cycles, a future of obligations and relationships carefully arranged, a future shaped by systems rather than landscapes. And so, without knowing it, civilization reorganized the human mind toward planning, toward delay of gratification, toward long-term responsibility, toward endurance. This may seem simple, but it is one of the most difficult cognitive concepts humanity ever embraced. A hunter's mind needs to think hours ahead. A city dweller's mind needs to think years ahead. This difference is not technological, it is psychological. Civilization is a machine built from the human ability to imagine time in layers. But this ability came with a price carved not in clay tablets, but in human experience. Before cities, the world was unbounded. Once cities rose, the world became partitioned. Fields, districts, workshops, storehouses, temple precincts, administrative quarters, paths people walked every day like grooves in the mind. Boundaries became a part of human life. Boundaries around land, boundaries around behavior, boundaries around identity, boundaries around who belonged where. Boundaries brought stability, but they also brought confinement. To belong to a city is to accept limits. Limits on movement, limits on autonomy, limits on personal identity defined by communal structure. These limits were not understood as loss. Ancient people did not mourn the world before civilization. Most were born into urban life and knew no other way of being. They believed boundaries were natural because society taught them so. And, in a sense, boundaries were natural. Natural to cities, natural to systems, natural to this new form of human life. But the human heart still carried echoes of the wild, echoes of landscapes without walls, echoes of decisions made by the horizon, not by the temple. You can feel this tension in the oldest myths written on clay. Heroes wander beyond the city walls, seeking meaning the city cannot give. They seek forests, mountains, storms, the untamed world that civilization replaced but could never fully erase. Civilization gave purpose but took freedom. It gave stability but took spontaneity. It gave identity but took anonymity. It gave meaning but took mystery. Ancient people felt this loss even if they could not articulate it. It lived in their stories. It lived in their rituals. It lived in their longing for gods of wind, of sky, of storm, of wilderness, forces untouched by human control. What humanity gained was extraordinary. Security, structure, memory, permanence. What humanity lost was equally extraordinary. The intimate bond between human life and the natural world. Ancient people stood between two identities,
creatures of nature, and creatures of their own invention. This tension is one of the most profound legacies of the Neolithic Revolution. The second great reshaping came through hierarchy. Before civilization, hierarchy existed. Nature has hierarchy everywhere. But hierarchy in small groups is fluid, negotiable, constantly renegotiated through relationship. In cities, hierarchy becomes stable, predictable, inherited. This stability allowed civilization to function. It allowed specialization. It allowed administration. It allowed writing to flourish. It allowed rituals to coordinate thousands. But hierarchy also shapes the mind. It teaches humans to see roles as fixed, to see obligations as predetermined, to see identity as structured long before personal choice appears. Ancient children learned not only who they were, but who they were expected to become. Civilization organizes the human mind through expectation. Expectation is a double-edged tool. It creates order and removes alternatives. And yet, despite all these limitations, ancient people thrived. They thrived because civilization gave them something deeper than freedom or spontaneity. It gave them connection. Connection to community. Connection to ancestors. Connection to shared rituals. Connection to stories older than memory. Connection to a sense of purpose greater than individual survival. This connection softened the burdens of hierarchy and obligation. Civilization layered human identity with a sense of belonging that the wild world could never guarantee. Belonging became the balm that healed the losses. Belonging became the reward for structure, and belonging kept cities alive. But the third great reshaping was the quietest of all. Civilization changed the human sense of scale. Before cities, humans lived inside environments that dwarfed them: mountains, forests, plains, deserts. Civilization reversed the perspective. Now, humans lived inside environments they themselves had built. The first time a person walked through a monumental gateway, or stood beneath a towering ziggurat, or watched a temple platform rise higher than any natural hill, they felt something new, the feeling that the human world could surpass nature. This feeling changed destiny. It allowed humans to imagine palaces, pyramids, libraries, roads, canals stretching for miles, walls reaching the horizon. It allowed humans to imagine order where once there was chaos, dominion where once there was obedience, continuity where once there was impermanence. This shift, the shift of scale, is what allowed civilization to expand far beyond the boundaries of the first cities. Humans learned not just to survive the world, but to shape it. Not just to adapt to landscapes, but to transform them. Not just to tell stories, but to inscribe them onto time itself. Civilization gave humanity a new kind of power, a power that carried immense consequences, immense responsibilities, immense dangers. And yet, this power became the defining mark of the human story.
By reshaping the world, humans reshaped themselves. By creating systems, humans became creatures of systems. By building cities, humans became inhabitants of structures that transcended them. By inventing writing, humans became beings with memory larger than their lifetimes. This reshaping is the heart of our species' transformation. Everything we know, identity, society, law, state, history, culture, emerged from this slow unfolding. But one last transformation remained, the transformation from early cities into civilizations vast enough to birth myth, epic, law codes, kingdoms, and eventually the written ages of humanity. To understand that transformation, we must walk from the quiet dawn of Neolithic settlements into the bright, structured world of the Bronze Age, where civilization reached scale so immense that even today its echoes shape our lives. The transformation from early cities into full civilization was not sudden, even though it appears sudden in archaeology. It was not dramatic, even though its consequences reshaped the human world. It was a quiet expansion, a deepening of systems already set in motion, a slow gathering of threads that would eventually bind humanity into a tapestry far more complex than anything that came before. To understand this transition, you must picture the world around 3000 BCE, a world where dozens of early urban centers had risen from the plains of Mesopotamia like islands of human order in a sea of natural landscapes. These cities were not yet empires, not yet states in the way we know them, but they carried within them the seeds of everything that would follow. Their temples grew wider, their walls grew taller, their trade networks grew longer, their administrative tablets grew more numerous, their rituals grew more elaborate, their social classes grew more defined, their leaders grew more visible. The old world, the world of wandering foragers and small settlements, had not vanished. But it was shrinking, its borders tightening under the steady expansion of urban life. By 3000 BCE, civilization had crossed a threshold. It was no longer an experiment, it was a pattern. And patterns, once established, tend to spread. The spread was not aggressive. It did not come through conquest at first. It came through imitation. Villages near large cities copied their architecture. Outposts far from the rivers adopted their tools. Distant communities learned to use their tokens. Neighboring lands took inspiration from their temples. Rituals that once belonged to one city began appearing in others. Civilization radiated outward, not like fire, but like heat. Invisible, gradual, inevitable. One of the earliest signs of this radiating influence is the spread of the cylinder seal. A simple object, a small carved stone, but it carried great meaning. When rolled over wet clay, it left an intricate design, a signature, a symbol of identity, a mark of authority. The seal was not merely a tool, it was a statement that the person who carried it belonged to a system where identity was formal and social status was recognized. The seal marks the moment when the idea of the individual began merging with the idea of the institution. A person no longer acted only as themselves. They acted as a representative of an office, a kin group, a temple, a district. This merging of person and role is a hallmark of civilization. In the wild, identity flows. In cities, identity crystallizes. But with crystallization comes longevity. Early scribes did not record lives. They recorded roles. Roles that survived long after individuals disappeared. And so, through these administrative symbols, you can glimpse the ancient human longing for continuity. Continuity is the psychological fuel that keeps civilization turning. It appears in the arrangement of houses, in the rhythm of festivals, in the renewal of rituals, in the rebuilding of temples, in the copying of tablets, in the smoothing of walls plastered again and again over generations. Continuity gives stability. Stability gives meaning. Meaning gives endurance. This endurance is what allowed early cities to expand their reach, not only across space, but across time. Time is the hidden architecture of civilization. The earliest cities did not simply exist in the present. They existed in the future they imagined. This became clearest in their temples. Temples were not built for today's worshippers alone. They were built for tomorrow's, and tomorrow's, and tomorrow's. Each generation added new walls, new rooms, new altars, new offerings, layer upon layer, until a single temple contained the memory of centuries. Temples were the first archives. Archives of belief, archives of administration, archives of identity. From these archives, civilization learned that memory could be preserved outside the human mind. And once humans learned that memory could be stored externally, they began to store everything. The number of sheep that entered a temple, the jars of barley delivered each season, the names of officials, the boundaries between fields, the schedules for irrigation, the duties owed to various estates. Writing became a mirror reflecting the growing complexity of urban life. But writing did more than reflect. It shaped. The presence of written records changed how people behaved. Behavior became documented. Documented behavior became precedent. Precedent became law. Law was not yet carved into stone. That would come later. But it existed in the quiet accumulation of administrative records. Through these records, civilization created something the wild world never needed: accountability. Accountability requires memory. Memory requires permanence. Permanence requires writing. Writing creates a world in which people are tethered not merely to their community, but to their obligations. This tethering binds individuals to the state in a way that had no parallel in the Paleolithic world. Those early bureaucratic tablets may seem mundane today, but they altered the human sense of responsibility so deeply that the effects are still with us. To be civilized is to be recorded. To be recorded is to be known. To be known is to be accountable. This is one of the deepest transformations ever to occur in the human story. But with accountability came structure, and with structure came stability, and with stability came the possibility of something extraordinary, the first great leaps in collective knowledge. For the first time, ideas could accumulate generation after generation without being lost. Innovations did not vanish when a skilled craftsperson died. Techniques did not disappear when a community migrated. Rituals did not fade when elders passed away. Agricultural secrets were not forgotten in a single season of drought. Knowledge could be preserved. Knowledge could be standardized. Knowledge could be improved. This is how civilization became a self-reinforcing system. It did not merely store memory, it stored possibility. Each innovation became the foundation for the next. Each technique provided the seed for something greater. This accumulation is the true engine behind the rise of large-scale civilizations. Civilization is not powered by kings or warriors or temples. It is powered by knowledge, stacked layer upon layer like the bricks of a ziggurat. And as knowledge accumulated, civilization entered a new phase, a phase of expansion. Not expansion through conquest, not yet, but expansion through influence, through trade, through shared systems, through imitation. The world around 3000 to 2500 BCE was a web of early civilizations, each learning from the others, each shaping the trajectory of history. Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, northern China, the Levant, Anatolia, the Persian Gulf. Each region developed its own pattern, its own rhythm, its own structure. But beneath these differences was a shared transformation. Humanity had crossed the Neolithic threshold into a world of administration, urban identity, specialized labor, monumental architecture, and written memory. Civilization had matured. But maturity is not the end of transformation, it is the beginning. As cities grew larger and civilizations began to interact with increasing frequency, a new kind of complexity emerged, a complexity that would give rise to the first true states. The seeds of the state were planted in administration. They took root in hierarchy. They grew in monumental cities. They blossomed in centralized authority. They spread through trade and conflict. By the time rulers like the early Sumerian kings began carving their names into stone, the transformation was complete. The world of tribes had given way to the world of nations. The world of wandering had given way to the world of boundaries. The world of oral memory had given way to the world of documented history. Humanity had stepped fully into the world of civilization. But with this expansion came a new emotional landscape, a landscape of tension, of contradiction, of complexity that ancient people felt even if they did not fully understand it. Civilization brought prosperity, but created inequality. It brought stability, but created bureaucracy. It brought identity, but created division. It brought knowledge, but created dependence on systems many could not control. This tension is the emotional core of the ancient world, and it leads us to the closing question. A question whispered through the ruins of cities long buried by time. As humans built the first civilizations, did they shape their destiny, or did their creations begin shaping destiny for them? Civilization did not simply reshape the world, it reshaped the very rhythms by which humans lived and breathed and imagined themselves. But there is a deeper question that lies beneath all the layers of archaeology, beneath all the ruins and temples and ancient tablets pressed with the marks of long-dead scribes.
It is a question that belongs less to the past and more to the human condition itself. Did humans create civilization, or did civilization create a new kind of human? It is tempting to imagine ancient people as distant, unfamiliar, strange. But if you stood beside them on the banks of the Euphrates, or on the dusty paths of early Uruk, or in the shade of the rising ziggurat, you would recognize the questions they carried as the same questions that echo quietly in the modern world. Questions about identity, questions about belonging, questions about purpose, questions about time, questions about the meaning of one's life inside a vast, complicated system that was here before you and will remain after you. These questions began when civilization began. Not when the first walls were built, not when the first granaries were filled, not when the first accounting tablets were inscribed, but in the quiet spaces between human actions. In the moment a farmer realized that the stability of his harvest depended not just on the weather, but on the proper functioning of the canal. In the moment a potter realized that her jars would be used by people she had never met, in neighborhoods she had never seen. In the moment a child realized that the ritual chants rising from the temple were older than his grandparents and would continue long after he was gone. Civilization created this sense of being part of something larger, something that moves through time with a direction and a will. This was new. The wild world had no shape of destiny, no architecture of continuity, no promise of permanence. Nature cycles, civilization accumulates, and in this accumulation, the human mind learned something that no hunter-gatherer ever needed to hold in full: the weight of history. History is not simply the past, it is the responsibility for the past. The responsibility to preserve, to remember, to maintain, to continue. Every early citizen of Uruk or Eridu carried this responsibility silently, even if they never touched a clay tablet or stood in a council hall. They carried it through ritual, through work, through inheritance, through the shaping of daily life. Civilization asks something that nature never requires: consistency. Consistency of behavior, consistency of belief, consistency of contribution. This consistency is how cities expanded from thousands to tens of thousands, how administration evolved into government, how rituals grew into religions, how customs hardened into law, how memory deepened into history. Consistency is the invisible force that binds all civilizations across time. And yet, for all that civilization gained, for all that it built, for all the power it gathered, for all the knowledge it stored, for all the structure it imposed, something ancient was left behind, something wild, something fluid, something that belonged not to temples or tablets or walls or systems, but to the wide open world that had shaped the human spirit for nearly all of its existence. You can feel this loss in the stories written by the first scribes. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest recorded tales, is not a celebration of civilization. It is a lament for wildness, a lament for freedom, a lament for the bond with nature that civilization inevitably weakens. Gilgamesh is the king of a magnificent city, builder of great walls, keeper of rituals, master of order. And yet he seeks meaning outside the city, outside the system,
outside everything humanity had built. He wanders into forests. He battles spirits of the wild. He seeks the secret of immortality, not through temples, but through nature. Civilization brought greatness, but it also brought longing. A longing for something that civilization itself could not provide. Order can never fully replace the mystery of the wild. Structure can never fully replace the freedom of movement. Memory carved into clay can never fully echo the memory carried in the body by wind and light and landscape. This longing does not mean that civilization was a mistake. Far from it. Civilization gave humanity the ability to thrive, to survive droughts, to overcome famine, to preserve knowledge, to build community, to raise generations in safety and continuity. It gave us time to think, time to plan, time to question, time to pass knowledge forward so that each generation could build on the last. But civilization also created the first true human tension, the tension between structure and freedom. Every person in the ancient world felt this tension, even if they could not name it. And it continued through every empire that followed: Akkad, Sumer, Babylon, Assyria, Egypt, the Indus Valley, the Hittites, China, Persia, Greece, Rome. Each civilization deepened structure, expanded systems, strengthened institutions, and with each expansion, the ancient tension grew. Structure is safety. Freedom is possibility. Humanity has lived between these two forces ever since. Civilization does not solve this tension, it expresses it. Every city is a negotiation between order and wildness. Every law is a negotiation between memory and change. Every ritual is a negotiation between continuity and creativity. Every generation is a negotiation between the world they inherit and the world they long for. Ancient people felt this as clearly as we do today. When they stood beneath towering temple platforms, they felt the weight of continuity. When they walked along crowded marketplaces, they felt the hum of human systems. When they pressed their hands into wet clay to seal a tablet, they felt the permanence of record. When they offered barley to unseen gods, they felt the need for order beyond chaos. And yet, when they gazed beyond the city walls toward hills untouched by human hands, they felt something else, something quieter, older, more instinctive. A memory of the world before walls. A world where identity flowed like wind across open plains, where meaning was shaped by seasons rather than systems, where stories belonged to landscapes rather than archives. The first civilizations did not erase this memory. They carried it within them, and in doing so, they embodied the full spectrum of what it means to be human: the desire for order and the desire for freedom, the need for continuity and the craving for possibility, the comfort of belonging and the dream of wandering. This is why ancient civilizations matter, not because of their monuments or their kings or their battles or their artifacts. They matter because they were the first great experiments in what humans could become. They matter because they shaped every society that followed. They matter because they forced humanity to ask questions that had never been asked before. What does it mean to belong? What does it mean to build? What does it mean to remember? What does it mean to lead? What does it mean to be guided by systems deeper than individuals? What does it mean to trade freedom for safety? What does it mean to grow beyond the natural world? What does it mean to inherit a world built by others? These questions are still with us. When you walk through a modern city, you are walking inside the legacy of ancient Uruk. When you follow a schedule, you are following the rhythm invented by the first administrators. When you trust institutions, you are echoing the abstract trust born of ancient temples. When you record your thoughts, you are continuing the lineage of the first scribes. When you plan for the future, you are thinking in the straight line invented by early farmers. When you feel torn between structure and freedom, you are feeling the same conflict that ancient humans faced as they looked beyond the city walls. Civilization did not end with the fall of Sumer. It did not end with the collapse of Akkad. It did not end with the death of empires. It continues in us. We carry the ancient world not in ruins or timelines, but in the architecture of the human mind. And so, as this journey comes to a close, you may find yourself lying there, listening in the dark, feeling the slow pull of sleep, feeling the quiet expansion of deep time inside you. You may realize that the story of civilization is not just a story of ancient people in distant lands. It is your story. It is the story of the world you inherited, the systems you live within, the structures that shape your days, the memories you carry, the responsibilities you hold, the dreams you chase, even when you do not know where they came from. You are part of the same arc, part of the same long continuum, part of the same ancient decision to build a world that would outlive us. Close your eyes now. Let your breath soften. Let the images of ancient cities fade slowly into the background. Dust, stone, river water, soft lamplight on clay tablets. Know that you are connected to all of it, to the first walls, the first fields, the first rituals, the first written symbols, the first dreams of a world beyond the horizon. Civilization began with people not so different from you, people who looked around at the vastness of their world and chose to build something that would endure. Tonight, as the quiet settles around you, you carry their legacy in the simplest way possible, by remembering. Thank you for being here, for traveling through time with me, for listening to the long story of the first civilizations and the humans who shaped them. If this journey eased your mind, or sparked a thought, or simply kept you company in the dark, you can let me know where you're listening from in the comments. It's always a quiet joy to see how far these stories travel, across cities, across countries, across oceans, across the long arc of night. Sleep well now. Let the ancient world rest as you rest. Let its questions drift like soft dust settling in lamplight. Let the weight of time lift gently from your shoulders. Good night, and may your dreams be as deep and timeless as the first cities humanity ever built.